hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, folks, we're going to be starting up in just 1 second. I thank you all for being here with us. It is Sunday. Whoa. Where's my volume? Hello, everybody. And thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. Oh, there we are. Okay. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx. It is March 24th. It is 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that means I get to have the best part of my week. I get to enjoy time with all of you, and I'm happy to be here. I hope you're going to enjoy this as well, as we're going to be covering a lot of the information that you may not be seeing as the headline news in CNN or MSNBC, the New York Times. The left-leaning media really don't like to focus on a lot of the things that we're going to be discussing today. But all of it will be affecting you, not only here in the United States, but around the world. This, what impacts America, impacts everyone. But before we get to any of that, let me start off and mention, if this is the first time that you are seeing our channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for being part of our audience. We want you to know we do long-form political commentary. That means we look backwards to see how we got into these situations. We look at what's happening right now, and then we try to figure out what's going to happen next so that you are prepared and that you can take whatever action you think is necessary to be able to counteract these issues, to come out with the best outcome possible. That's what we hope for in this every week as we have this conversation. We also look forward to hearing from each and every one of you, whether that's on Rumble or YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, DLive. We're on most of the major mainstream media, and you can reach us in tweets, in your chat. As you can see on the screen, you can reach us on the chat. You can also call into the program at 929-715-8569 to directly speak with me and to have a conversation about all of these issues. Mind you, one of the most important things I always want to emphasize, this is a conversation. This isn't just me talking to you. I know some people like to listen to me at night and they go to sleep to my voice. Fantastic. Thank you very much for the compliment. But this is actually a conversation between me and you, whether it's through chat or call in, it doesn't matter, about how we get the best solution for America and for the rest of the world. And that's, I think, a conversation that's worthy of being had. Now, that all being said, let's deal with a few things now. If it's the first time you've been with us, we like to deal with breaking news. We like to go into the international and then the domestic. We're going to be talking about the swing states. We're going to be talking about illegal immigration and its impact on all of us. We're going to be talking about the budget. We're going to be covering what's happening in Haiti and what's happening in Iran and Gaza. We're going to talk about all of that. But first, I do want to mention, and you may not have, I'm not sure if anyone noticed, but on Monday, I had the opportunity to join up with Larry Sharp on his Monday night, the Sharp Club program. It was the last minute. He called me up and said, Mike, can you come on? And I always enjoy being able to speak at different locations, different channels. I'm always open to that. And I will go to any college anywhere in America. I will go to any speaking engagement anywhere in America to talk about what's happening in our politics. And so I joined him on Monday, and I think this is a really interesting clip. You can see it on my channel. It's about 5 minutes where we're talking about the power of your vote. You are the most powerful force in America. People like to tell you, no, 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 your vote doesn't count, your vote doesn't matter. Anyone who's telling you that does not want you to vote. They have a political agenda, and you voting gets in the way of that. I tell each and every one of you, no matter how you vote, please be informed, vote for what you think is the best, but most importantly, go out and vote. Your voice matters. Even if you're voting unconfirmed or third party or anything else, you put in Daffy Duck, I don't care. It makes a difference. And we saw that, and I highlighted the example of how just 101,000 people were able to change international policy for the United States, how they were able to move tens of millions of dollars, move the United States military because of 101,000 votes. That's impressive, and that's incredible, and that's how powerful you are, the American voter. Your vote matters. People like to say it doesn't. On Monday, we had an example of yes, it does. In addition to what happened on Monday, I also want to highlight that on Friday, the Friday live stream, I have a Friday roundtable with with the Liberty First Foundation. And we speak every Friday at 9 p.m. talking about all the issues that affect us. And also, for many people who are interested about Winchester firearm ammunition, we had a conversation with Frank Johnson of the Liberty First Foundation, and he told us about his experience at the range with Winchester ammo. It's something that's of concern, especially if you own a firearm, whether it's for home protection or hunting or any reason. You may want to listen to that part of the conversation from the Friday roundtable, because I think it's very important and impactful on a lot of people's lives. Grace is the first one to speak with us today. Hello, Grace. Thank you for your comment. And Grace says, I appreciate your conversational approach as opposed to lectures. Well, lectures are boring. They're boring in college, they're boring in high school, they're boring everywhere. So nobody wants a lecture, but we do want to have conversations. That's how we make things better. Every time, and I've said this many times before, when the United States is focused, when we have a goal, a common goal, something we all agree on, when we have our will at 100%, we change the world positively every single time. We did that in World War I. We did that in World War II. We did that with the Industrial Revolution. We continue to do that today. When the United States is unified in its purpose and its will, the world benefits every single time. All the people who want to tell you that America is evil are not paying attention, or they have a political agenda. Every single one of them. Because if you look at it objectively, the United States has lifted more people out of poverty. We have fed more people. We have improved the quality of life for people across the world because we were unified, we were Americans, and we had a purpose. And it's all of this equity, this division that people are trying to inject into our politics and our lives, whether it be entertainment or anything else. They're the ones who are making it harder to have a unified purpose, a will, or people just calling themselves Americans, not hyphen Americans, Americans. And that destroys our foundation, our society, and makes things so much harder, which is why the world is in so much trouble as we speak. And I think that's important. Dal has joined us. Dal says, conversation is good. I always believe so. And Grace goes on to say, not only are they boring, they're more often than not, lectures are belittling. I agree with that. But that's why we don't have that. We have conversations, and I do pay attention to all the comments. I try to get to each and every one as we go through the show. So bear with me. I always have to turn to see what everyone's saying. And I am paying attention to what's being said on Rumble as well. So don't worry, folks. I know you can't see the Rumble comments, but I can, and I am paying attention to them in real time. So all of that being said, let's start off with the international. There isn't any real major breaking news per se, but there is interesting news that I think is going on, and this is going to affect each and every American. Now, I'm starting off with the news that, as we know, the Houthi terrorists are attacking ships going through the Red Sea. They're attacking military ships, the United States Navy, the British Navy, and they're attacking commercial ships. That means food that's being shipped around the world, in particular rice, and also energy, oil tankers. And this is increasing the cost of food and also the cost of energy around the world. We have made this warning before. Let me restate it. It is internationally, it has been, there has been notification that the price of rice is going up directly because of the Houthi terrorists. Because ships are now having to try and go further and further away from Yemen to try and get away from the drones and the missiles, then it's taking longer for rice and oil to get shipped around the world, and that's driving the price up. That doesn't mean panic. It doesn't mean that there won't be any rice. Yes, there is still the global food crisis that started in 2022 and will continue until at least 2025, if not 2026, because, well, Ukraine, the fertilizer of the world, one of the big bread baskets of the world, is in war, and they have reduced the amount of food that they are producing. So there is a global food shortage, 35% less food in the world today than in 2019. That is a fact. But on top of that, there is the shortage of rice. It is because of the delays in the Red Sea. All of this means when you go to the store, buy 10% more food. That's it. You don't have to panic. You don't have to hoard. Just buy 10% more every time you go to the store, and you will save money because it will cost you less. And in the worst case scenario, worst case, I'm absolutely wrong about everything, you will have extra food that you can donate to the homeless, to any kids or any communities that need extra food to help them get by, or to just have it for your family. But realistically, if you've been following this channel since 2022, you have saved money on your food bill, as the price has continued to go up some 17% to this day versus where it was in February of 2022. You're saving money. Well, hear me out. Buy a little extra rice, 10% more, and you will be better off. That being said, so the fact that the United States is dealing with the Houthi terrorists out of Yemen is important. It affects the entire world, and it affects everyone in America and our economy. And the problem, well, one of the solutions to that, one of the things that the Biden-Harris administration is doing, is trying to fix the problem they created. You see, in 2015, under the Obama-Biden administration, they had the Houthi terrorists as just a regular organization, and they were sending humanitarian aid to the terrorists that allowed them to buy the very missiles and rockets and drones that they are using against the United States and our allies and the global shipping of the world. The Trump administration changed that, said no, they're terrorists, which cut most, not all, but most of the funding that was being able to reach the Houthi terrorists. The Biden administration on day one turned that around, went back to the Obama administration policy, which enabled, again, the Houthis to build up more money to fire off more rockets that we're dealing with right now. Biden, as a result, has finally, after 4 months of the United States ships being attacked from October of 2023 until late January, February of 2024, he finally decided to fight back. Took enough time, but he's not very effective at it. So he decided to go to his number one go-to in terms of international policy. He decided to say, okay, we're going to put sanctions. Now, the sanctions haven't worked in Russia. They haven't worked with China. They haven't worked with Iran. But he thought they might work with Yemen, the Houthi terrorists. So he put them in. And now we have this announcement, which is coming from The Hill, came out today at 11 o'clock, about 4 hours ago. And what do we know? Well, the Biden administration has failed. You see, there are loopholes in this. And I believe I have it. Where is it? The guidelines, the published guidelines, according to the United States Treasury Department, says that there are major loopholes that are in the sanctions created by the Biden administration. That effectively means that the Houthi terrorists are still getting money. They're still being paid. Now, these are happening from NGOs, non-governmental organizations. There are groups around the world, including the Norwegian Refugee Council, which is actually giving United States money. We, the United States, give the money to the Norwegian Refugee Council, and they turn around and they give that money to the Houthi terrorists. Because according to the Norwegian Refugee Council, we need to keep talking to the terrorists. We need to be able to help the people in Yemen, and that means helping the terrorists too. I don't agree with this at all. And they're not the only ones. There's also the Norwegian People's Aid, which is also being funded by your taxes. The United States government is giving them money that they are turning around and giving to the terrorists in Yemen so that they can continue to buy rockets from Iran and attack the United States and our allies. This is the problem. This is how they're attacking Israel. It's how they're attacking the British fleets. They're attacking the Americans and the Indian fleets. This is a problem. So the Biden administration has completely failed on international policy yet again. He wanted to take a tour and say, hey, I've done such a great job. See, I'm really tough on crime and on this international terrorism. Biden tried to tell you that he's a tough guy, that he's got this under control. The Middle East has escalated. The mainstream media loves to tell you, well, this is going to escalate. No, it already has escalated. That's already a fact. We went from the Gaza and Hamas killing Americans and taking Americans hostage to now having to be attacked by Hezbollah in Jordan and in Syria, being attacked by the Houthi terrorists in the Red Sea. It has escalated already, and we are closer to 2 regional wars out of 3 that we have been predicting on this channel. Now, that being said, let me step back. I know that there are people who will watch this. There are progressives out there, there are Democrats out there who will say, Mike, you just don't understand. Fantastic. At the end of the show, links to every source that we're talking about, 90% of them being left-leaning sources. We're going to provide that to you so you can see it for yourself. And you can read and learn about the information, come to your own conclusion. But these are the conclusions I come to from the facts that exist, not my feelings, because you don't care about my feelings, and you shouldn't. And I don't care about anyone else's feelings. I have mine. You have your own feelings. You don't need someone to give you whatever feeling you're supposed to have. You're an individual. You're a human being. You have your own feelings. I want to deal with the facts. I want to deal with the issue at hand, because if we understand the problem, we can come to a solution. Does that make sense? If it doesn't, tell me why. If you think I am wrong, you think that the Houthi terrorists getting money from the United States government, buying rockets with it and using it against the United States military and international shipping isn't a problem, please tell me why. If you agree with the Norwegian Refugee Council and you think that giving terrorists more money to buy more rockets is a good thing, please tell me why. You can call into the program, or you can leave a chat message. As you've seen that Grace and Dal have done already. Matter of fact, let me catch up on the comments here. And Grace says, yes, I have 2 different Graces on the program right now. I know. It's kind of like with the mics. I have multiple mics that leave comments, and then there's multiple Graces. So it's kind of cool. James is with us. Hey, James. James says, John Podesta is now the climate czar. Well, that tells you how well John Kerry has been doing. John Kerry, the man who helped to introduce the Iran nuclear deal. The Iran nuclear deal was a problem because it actually helped Iran commit terror around the world. He actually admitted to that in January of 2016 on CNBC. He was asked, will America, being part of the Iran nuclear deal, will that fund terrorism in the world? And his answer was, yes, it does. Obama's Iran nuclear deal helped to fund global terror. And in fact, global terror did go up in the world. More instability and terrorism happened right after the Iran nuclear deal because we funded it. We gave them the money. So I don't have a lot of love for John Kerry. He also, as we found out in 2022, he was giving away American secrets and secrets of Israel to Iran to get that Iran nuclear deal, to get Iran to sign the dotted line. Well, not only did he promise them and give them money for terrorism, he also gave them secrets about the United States and Israel, which is part of the reason why Israel is being attacked by Hamas at this moment, or excuse me, on October 7th. So that is kind of important. Thank you for bringing that up, James. I didn't see that in the news before the show. Now, Grace, not Grace Grimm, but Grace says, Yemen has been suffering for some time now, and our aid just makes it worse. Well, yes, that's the problem. We're giving money to the terrorists, and that's a problem. See, it's the same thing about Hamas, and we'll talk about that in a moment, but when I see people saying, oh, well, we've got all these colleges, the Democratic Socialists of America, they say, well, we have to give money to the terrorists. No, we don't. And if you think they were not, you don't understand the way money works. The government of Gaza is Hamas. Hamas is an international terrorist organization. Building a port in Gaza is helping the terrorists. Giving them humanitarian aid is helping the terrorists. We have seen from the Hindustan Times and the Guardian, just in the last 6 months, we've seen that the humanitarian aid, the food, the water, the gasoline and fuel are being taken from individual people by Hamas to fund their military. So as much as people want to help, even when we were dropping food, when Biden dropped 35,000 pallets or packages of food for Gaza to help the people of Gaza, guess what? Hamas took that away. 7 people were shot and killed by Hamas so that they could take the food, the fuel, and the water and give it to their fighters. This is the problem. And I agree with you, Grace, that this is a massive problem. And no, in the mainstream news media, Grace goes on to say, I can't even view the pictures of the starvation of Yemen. Well, part of the reason why is the mainstream news media doesn't want you to see that all this aid, the billions of dollars that we are putting in, $5.5 billion in Yemen since 2015, they don't want you to see that it isn't getting to the people, that we are actually funding the terrorists, because they would have to explain that to American people, and then you might not vote Democrat. If you found out that all the money that the Biden administration and the Obama administration gave to the terrorists never reached the people and the people continue to starve, then you might not vote for them because they're not effective. They're not efficient. They're making the situation worse, not better. And so in part of the fortification of 2020 and the fortification of the 2024 election, we have seen the news media are hiding information from the public. They don't want to talk about certain things. The rest of the world is talking about it. You have to go to different news media like The Guardian, the BBC, Jerusalem Times, the Hindustan Times, the Nikkei News. You have to go around the world, but the news is out there. And we can see the impact of the Biden-Harris policies and Bidenomics on the world and how it affects America. That's why I want to bring that up. You deserve to know. Whether or not you choose to vote Democrat, that's up to you. I'm just trying to tell you how effective they are being in real time without the spin, and I'm showing you the evidence so you can make a decision for yourself. Grace goes on to say, I think Biden's foreign policy may be worse than his domestic policy, which is saying something. And I would absolutely tell you, Grace, that that is true. As bad as Bidenomics and Biden's policies here in the United States have been for American people, the open border, the rise in crime, that's a problem. But worse is the instability in the world, because Americans are being threatened around the world. He abandoned Americans in Afghanistan, in the Ukraine, in the Sudan, in Gaza, and now in Haiti. Thousands upon thousands, literally over 30,000. We believe the estimate at this moment is somewhere closer to 50,000 Americans have been abandoned by the Biden administration since 2021. That is an astounding number, and it may be higher than we even are estimating. It may be closer to 70,000. This is ridiculous. Americans are in danger. They are being left in hell zones, in war zones, and we know that Americans are being tortured, not just in Gaza by Hamas, but also by ISIS, Al-Qaeda, and the Taliban in Afghanistan. We know this for a fact. It's terrifying. But the news media the American news media does not want to talk about this because they want you to vote Democrat. That's just the fact of it. You may not like that. I know some people in the audience will be like, Mike, that makes me feel bad. I don't like that. Yeah, but it's the truth. It's the fact. It is what is happening. We can't fix the problem if we can't even talk about the problem, quite honestly. Grace goes on to mention there are Americans still held in Russia at this moment. And you're right. There's a Marine who claims to be innocent of espionage charges who's sitting in a jail cell in Russia right now. And the Biden administration left him to rot as they made sure to release the largest weapons dealer in the world. Remember the movie Lord of War with Nicolas Cage? That was about this guy's life, Victor Bout. And the Biden administration had him in jail and released him so that they could take a black lesbian basketball player, Brittany Griner, and get her out of jail after she admitted that she broke the law. She broke Russian law. She brought drugs into the country and she knew it was illegal. And she thought she would get away with it because she's an American and a progressive, and so the law didn't matter to her. But the Russian government said, no, you committed a crime. And she admitted she committed the crime. And she was put in jail for that crime. Now, was the jail term longer than it should have been because of politics between Putin and Biden? Probably. But the fact is, Biden could have released, if he was releasing Victor Bout, the largest arms dealer in the world, he could have got both American. He could have got the United States Marine who declares himself innocent and Brittany Griner, the entertainer. He could have got them both. Or he could have got the American who's innocent. No, instead, he went for politics. He got the black lesbian entertainer, the progressive. Why did he get her? Because it looked better in the polling. It worked out better with his progressive base who believed that, well, black lesbians are more important than a white Marine. And so you have to get the basketball player who's guilty and admits that she was guilty rather than actually getting an American who says they are innocent. It's truly sickening. And not helping the world. Again, you're not supposed to remember any of these facts. I've been doing this 18 years. I do remember all of these facts so that you, when you hear about it, you can go and double check everything I've just said. Not one word of it is incorrect. Grace mentions that The Lord of War is an excellent movie and it was highly recommendable. I thought so. I think Nicolas Cage does a very good job and they tell the story based on true facts of Victor Bout. I think they do a very good job of it. It's really well done. But let me go on. So we know the problem in Yemen is a factor of the Obama and Biden policies, and that the sanctions that have been touted as being the solution, that the solution isn't the use of the U.S. Navy, but it's the sanctions that will actually make us safe. And in fact, we know that they are failed, that the sanctions are not working. They didn't work in Russia, they're not working in Iran, and they're not working against the Houthi terrorists. So if you were counting on that, time for Plan B, or at this point, Plan Z. Going forward, we also know internationally that there is an extreme that our generals, American generals, in particular, U.S. Africa Command Chief General Michael Langley, is telling our lawmakers, which means he's telling you and me, he's telling the public and the world that there is a problem right now because Iran is becoming more and more friendly with Russia and China, that they are working together as an axis, if you would like, to work against the United States. And we've been seeing this. The reason why sanctions against Russia have completely failed is because Russia is selling weapons and food and fuel to China and Iran. And Iran is selling Russia rockets and drones. So they have between the three nations, they don't need to sell to the United States or most of the rest of the world. They're selling to each other. And in the meantime, Europe is still buying Russian gas and oil. That's a fact. That's Nord Stream pipeline still exists. They're still shipping in oil and gas to Germany and to Europe. So as long as Europe is dependent on gas and oil, and by the way, they tried with renewable energy, it doesn't work. France has the renewable energy. Germany has the renewable energy. They've been building solar plants. They've been shutting down their nuclear plants, and it doesn't work. They still need oil and gas from Russia. And they used to be buying, under the Trump administration, they were buying the extra oil and gas from the United States, which meant that they were independent, or at least more independent, of Russia than they are today. But when Biden came in and he, with a pen, killed the XL pipeline, he shut down the ability to find more oil and gas, to give the leases to the oil and gas companies to be able to take the oil, take the gas from the ground and get it refined and get it sold around the world. He killed that literally on the first day that he was in office, which spiked energy prices, as we see today. They're still up. And this has made a problem for Europe because they depend now more on Russia than before. Again, the sanctions that Biden promised were going to devastate Russia aren't working. This is the reality of the world we live in. I understand the promises you were told. I understand how Biden wants it to look good so he'll get reelected. But the reality is his own actions in making America energy dependent instead of independent has helped Russia to be able to have a war in the Ukraine and to threaten Poland, the Balkans, which would be Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova. All of Europe is threatened now because of the Biden administration's short-sighted decision to say, Trump, you're orange man bad, and reverse all of his policies. It has hurt America and the world. That's just the reality. Anyone who wants to dispute that, I'm happy to hear your comment. I'm happy to hear you show me the evidence or have this conversation about how that's not what happened and is happening, because we have the evidence. We have the executive orders from Biden. We've seen the direct impact economically in the United States and the world for America becoming energy dependent. We have seen how the sanctions have failed. I'm happy to have this conversation with any Democrat, any progressive in America. Call in if you think I'm wrong. If you have evidence that says I am incorrect in the conclusion I am making. But I ask that year after year, episode after episode, week after week, they never call because I'm not wrong. The evidence is there, and we can see this as we can see here. And again, this is coming from U.S. Africa Command Chief General Michael Langley. I have to believe if he sees this, and we have heard, as we know from the Air Force generals, that China is building up for a military conflict to invade Taiwan by force, as they promised, and that they are targeting somewhere around the end of 2027, 2028. We know this is what they are doing. We have heard generals, not just from Africa Command, but from the Air Force, that have told us to expect this. We see what's happening with the Philippines, what's happening with Japan, what's happening with South Korea. We see this. When are we going to listen? When are we going to pay attention and take action? And we know that because of the inaction of the Biden-Harris administration, Japan has given up on the U.S.-Japan Treaty of 1960, that treaty which guarantees that the United States will absolutely 100% back Japan, whether they are right or wrong, in any conflict that nation would get into. That's why, since 1945, Japan has never needed a military. The United States is their military. We are their protection, along with the Philippines, along with South Korea. And we have the treaty that guarantees it. And they have so little faith in the Biden-Harris administration, in Democrats and progressives, in America having a strong leader. They have such little faith that for the first time since 1945, the Japanese are building an army costing over $500 million, and they're going to have that military in place, fully trained, by 2027. The timing tells you everything. Again, this is all factual information. You don't have to believe me. You can look it up. It's all correct. This is what's happening in front of us. But the mainstream media, again, doesn't want you to think about this. Their answer is they don't want you to be panicked. They don't want you to be afraid. I don't think that's the case. I think people panic and they become afraid when they don't know what's going on. You're shocked. You get scared when something surprises you that you did not expect. But when you're prepared, you're not surprised. You're not shocked. You're not awed. You're not reacting out of fear because you understand, and you are able to prepare both mentally and physically. Same thing happens for governments. If you tell the people, if the government is aware of an issue and is prepared for it, and the people of that nation are aware and prepared, then they don't react in knee-jerk reactions. People, when we had the lockdowns, the pandemic, what happened? People ran out and bought all of the tissue paper because they were afraid. They didn't have information. They didn't know what to do. And so they latched on to anything they could get their hands on. They latched on to anything that seemed like safety, that might be effective, even when it made no logical sense. And now that we have more information, we have thought about this, we understand the situation far better than we did. Well, now people are like, okay, well, there's no shortage of toilet paper. Matter of fact, most people still have extra toilet paper in their homes. People aren't panicking left and right because we have information. That's why I think this is so important, why we need these conversations, because information lets us take the right action rather than just doing something. The thing politicians thrive on, do something. That doesn't mean it's effective, doesn't mean that it's efficient, doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. And that's what they get elected on. I did something, even though it was asked backwards and didn't work. So we got a comment here from Okay, Grace Grimm says, after seeing what our government does for its allies, like Israel, I can't blame Japan for not trusting those same people to do what they promised them. Well, that's the big problem. The Biden administration hasn't just messed up for America. Every one of our allies, when they saw that the Biden administration abandoned 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, they lost faith in America to protect them. If we're not doing the number one thing every government is there to do, protect the people, then why would we help our allies? They're not our people. They don't have an obligation. Biden has an obligation to Americans in Afghanistan, in Ukraine, in the Sudan, in Haiti. He has an obligation to try and protect them. He doesn't have an obligation to any other nation. He has an obligation to our own people. And he is willing to leave them in hell zones because he wants votes. Well, if that's the reason, no, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines can't trust him. I don't blame them for not trusting him. And this is important, folks, because it is getting worse. As you can see here from Newsweek, U.S. ally issues ominous warning to North Korea. You know who that ally was? South Korea. South Korea is telling us, and I believe I have it highlighted here, yes, that 60% of the scientists that are going into North Korea to help build hypersonic missiles, to build nuclear weapons, are coming from the Chinese government. That the Chinese government is in effect supporting North Korea's development of advanced technology. That means nuclear weapons, that means hypersonic missiles that we cannot shoot down in a wide range of fields. This has been happening even as, and according to Newsweek, North Korea, under the Biden administration, has fired more than 80 test ballistic missiles. That's wrong. The correct number is, in 2022 alone, North Korea fired over 100 missiles, rockets, and ICBMs. Over 100 in 1 year. Since the Biden administration has been in place, North Korea has fired well over 200 rockets, missiles, and ICBMs, all of them to threaten South Korea, the Southeast Asia, Japan, and the United States. That is a fact, documented internationally. They just want to isolate this, and they're only talking about ballistic missiles. They're not telling you about the ICBMs, the rockets. They're not talking about the submarine-launched rockets that North Korea has been firing. They're not telling you that so far in 2024, North Korea has fired off at least another 24 rockets, missiles, and ICBMs. This is more than under any president, even in 8 years. We have had entire presidencies that have never seen North Korea this active, this threatening to not only South Korea, but the entire Southeast Asia. And they're targeting South Korea and Japan, where we have agreements to protect both. And we're not doing it. We're not protecting them. So you can understand, as Grace mentioned, that our allies are watching this going, Joe Biden doesn't care. He's not even talking about this. The American news media isn't even reporting. They barely have reported on this. We have covered this far more and in far more detail than the Newsweek or the New York Times. And this is information that is available around the world. And when they're editing this. Oh, it's 80 missiles. No, it's well over 200 since Joe Biden has been in office. There is no respect from Kim Jong-un towards Joe Biden. Zero. None. Under Joe Biden, the reunification of North and South Korea that was being discussed under the Trump administration, they gave that up. That was last month. Last month, they said, nope, we're not going to reunify, and instead, we want to attack. They have said that. And this goes right in line with China saying that they're going to attack Taiwan. Again, this makes the world less stable. It makes the world less safe and means that you are more in danger. And this is directly because of the Biden administration's policies. That's just the fact. You may not feel good about that. I can't help you with your feelings. I can only tell you the facts. And it might improve. We can fix this if we say, hey, you want to be reelected? Fantastic. Fix this problem. Let's address this because we have to do something now before it gets to the point of no return where China invades Taiwan, North Korea fires its missiles and rockets and nukes at South Korea, at Japan, at the Philippines, and we can't turn around at that point. We need to do something now. I mean, is that not reasonable? Does that not make sense? And I want you to understand, everything we do today will help us down the road. We know the target is, according to every general talking across the world, all of the military think tanks, all are saying that 2027, 2028 is around the time that China will most likely move into Taiwan. It is most likely the time that we would see North Korea attack South Korea. And we know that even as we speak right now, China is absolutely abusing the Biden administration's lack of resolve. You think I'm kidding? Here it comes from the United States Department of State, released yesterday, March 2023. U.S. support for the Philippines in the South China Sea. The United States stands by our ally, the Philippines, and the 1951 treaty that we have with them. Let's hear. The United States reaffirms Article 4 of the 1951 U.S.-Philippines Mutual Defense Treaty. This is almost exactly the same kind of treaty that the United States has with Japan, which was done in 1960. So it's almost the same kind of treaty that we're going to defend them. We're going to protect them. We can be their military. They don't need their own. And guess what? Russia saw that. China saw that agreement, saw us say that we will stand by our treaty, and they decided to go and attack the Philippines. There's no other word for it. They're attacking the Philippines. They know that the Biden administration has come out and they said, no, you stay away from the Philippines. You leave the Filipino government alone, leave their ships alone in international waters, and more importantly, in land territory that the Philippines says is theirs, that the world agrees is Filipino territory. And China said, no, screw you. Sent their ships over. They're harassing. They have been doing this for 4 months. They have been harassing and attacking the Philippine ships. And now they're attacking them with water cannons and injuring Filipinos, the Filipino Navy and transport ships. They're attacking them, trying to ram them. They're hitting them with water cannons. This is coming from CNN. You don't have to believe me. And they know that Joe Biden just said, hey, no, you stop that, China. Stop doing that because we support the Philippines. The American government will support the Philippines. Okay, where's the American government? Where's the notification? Why isn't this a conversation we are having about the 2024 election, about the international policies of the Biden administration compared to the international policies of the Trump administration? Because the race is between Trump and Biden. Let's have a conversation. Who's better for international peace? Who makes the world more stable? This is an important question. The world wants to know that answer, and America wants to know that answer. Because under Biden, no one is afraid. Not Yemen, not the Houthis in Yemen, not Hezbollah, not Hamas, not Russia, not China, not Iran, and we have the evidence. I'm sorry if I am making some people upset to see the reality, to burst the bubble that the American news media is trying to create, the obfuscation, that the smoke and mirrors they're putting before your eyes to try and convince you that you should vote Democrat. The reality is they have made the world worse off. We can see this. The international problems are our domestic problems as well. If the world is becoming more unsafe, Americans are less safe, and we are targets around the world. We're targets in Afghanistan. Of the 5,000 Americans that Joe Biden abandoned, lied to you on September 1st, 2021, 5,000 Americans he left behind. We know, according to Antony Blinken, the Department of State, that at least 200 Americans are being tortured as we speak by ISIS and Al-Qaeda. We know that. He said that to Congress 1 year ago in 2023. That is a fact. Where's the Biden administration? What are we doing to get those people back home? Not just the ones who are being tortured, but the other 5,000 Americans that Joe Biden stopped talking about, that the news media will not report on. How about the 10,000 Americans that Joe Biden was more than happy to go on to NBC with Lester Holt and tell you he's going to leave them behind, including the children, that they would just have to figure out their way home, which has become the hallmark of the Biden administration's attitude for Americans overseas. Figure it out for yourself. Find your way home. Joe Biden will not help you. They will not save you. They will not bring you home, no matter who is fighting or where it is in the world. You just have to figure it out for yourself. They won't help you. He said that to Lester Holt. That was internationally news reported. That was February of 2022, before the Ukraine-Russia war started. And Russia said, well, if America's not worried about their own people, why should we be afraid to attack? Why should we be afraid to blow up Ukrainians and possibly some Americans? If America doesn't care, why should they? And they went forward with their war. Maybe they would have changed their mind if Biden had a different answer when he was talking to Lester Holt. Again, you don't have to believe me. Look up the news, NBC News, Lester Holt interview with Joe Biden in February of 2022. Don't believe me. Look it up. You'll hear him say it himself. He is not. He is asked directly, will you go get those Americans? And Biden says, no, I will not. And then there was last year, 2023, April, last week of April in 2023, the Sudan went ballistic. Why? Because all of those ISIS members and Al-Qaeda members that were in Afghanistan, that Joe Biden handed over the keys to the Taliban, and they released everyone in ISIS and Al-Qaeda that they had in the prisons, over 7,000 individuals. They left and they went into Africa. And as a result, we have seen places like Burkina Faso, and I know no one knows where that is. It's Central Africa. And also in the Sudan, that's where ISIS and Al-Qaeda went. And they started civil wars. And now, last year, there is an ongoing war in the Sudan, still happening right now. The Biden administration closed the embassy, and told the 15, according to some news reporting, 16,000 Americans that were left behind, find your way home. The American government won't get you home. Find your own way to get back. We don't even know. And the news media stopped talking about this May 3rd, 2023. They have not talked about the Sudan. They have not talked about the Americans left in the Sudan since that day. There is no numbers. There are no reporting about what happened to Americans in the Sudan. As far as we know, all 15,000 are still in a war zone praying that they can get home one day. This is the Biden policy in effect. Hamas, I'll get to it later in the show, but what about Haiti? What about Haiti? How about those Americans in Haiti? Well, we know now, I believe I have it, here it is. No, that's Hamas. Here it is. What do we know about Haiti? We know that in 2010, according to the New York Times, 45,000 Americans lived in Haiti. Now, I understand that's over a decade ago. But the American government, which should know how many Americans, or have an estimate of how many Americans are in Haiti, to this day will not report this. They already told us. They told us within a week, actually within a couple of days, we knew how many Americans were in Afghanistan. We knew within a couple of days exactly how many Americans were in the Ukraine. Within within a day, we knew how many Americans were being abandoned in the Sudan. The State Department has these numbers. To this day, not one news media organization in the world has been told by the United States Department of State how many Americans are in Haiti. They won't tell us. The number is somewhere between 2,000 and roughly 45,000. We don't know where the number is, but it's somewhere in between there, most likely towards the upper end, over 15,000. That's realistic. That's Americans who are on vacation. That's Americans who decided to retire in Haiti. That's businesses in the Caribbean that have Americans that are doing business there. They're all stuck in Haiti. And the Biden administration, he did decide, we're going to go get some of them. Why? Because Americans know where Haiti is. You don't know where Burkina Faso is. Most Americans don't know where the Sudan is. Most Americans can't find Afghanistan on a map, nor can they find the Ukraine. But Americans know where Haiti is. People go on vacation there on a regular basis. They know where the Caribbean is. We know that it's only about 2.5 hours away from the United States itself. This is our corner. This is our backyard. So he will go to get those Americans because it will have an impact on the election, because everyone knows where Haiti is, because they know that we should be helping. They remember that they donated to the Clinton Foundation that was supposed to solve this whole problem. By the way, the Clinton Foundation only gave 20 cents on every dollar to help the Haitians. 80 cents on the dollar went to Hillary, Bill, and Chelsea Clinton. That's the fact. Look it up. Don't have to believe me. Look at the Clinton Foundation. Look at their spending on Haitian aid, and you'll see it's only 20%. 20 cents on every dollar, 80 cents went to the pockets of the Clintons. That's a fact. So Joe Biden has gotten 230 citizens. In fact, the American government, this includes at least a dozen people from a private U.S., basically a private mercenary group that took out at least a dozen Americans so far. We know that one U.S. congressman, that was Corey Mills out of Florida, he got 30 Americans out. That's 40. And the Biden administration, there's just over 160 Americans have been flown home. 160. It's been over a week. Over a week of Haiti being a complete hellhole of active fighting amongst the gangs, and the government is toppling in Haiti, and he's gotten 230. There's at least 1,600 Americans that are saying, help us. I want to go home. Help us get out of Haiti. He sent essentially one plane. 230 citizens. You can get over 250 people on a 737 plane. We have C-130s that can carry 300 people or more in one plane flight. It takes 2 hours to get from America to Haiti. We could be getting them. I've said this before, and I said it publicly. If we had a strong president who said that we're going to send in a C-130 plane, we're going to pick up Americans from the airport, and we're going to bring them back home. And if any gang member, no matter what level, if they attack any American as we are evacuating them from Haiti, the entire United States government will come in and we will invade Haiti. We will take over the country and we will kill every gang. Every gang. Don't matter if they're good, doesn't matter if they're bad, doesn't matter if they're in power or not. We will take over the island. We will eliminate the gangs and start from scratch. Now, if there was an American president with the balls to say that, I guarantee you the gangs in Haiti would make a point. They would make a path for Americans to travel down in complete safety. They would escort every single American off of Haiti go over to that airport so they can be flown home because they are terrified of an American government that is unified with a purpose that said, you're going to do this or else. They do not want the U.S. military to come in. They do not want the United States committed to wiping out the gangs that are endangering American lives. They don't want to deal with that. They know better. And if we had an American president who had balls and was willing to stand up, we wouldn't be dealing with one plane full of Americans getting sent home in a war zone with potentially 45,000 Americans at risk. We wouldn't have one plane. 230, that's one plane. The Biden administration has failed. They have failed. It is absolutely a failure of the Biden administration, in my opinion. If people think I'm wrong, please tell me why. If you think 230 Americans out of 45,000 is a effective, efficient number, if you think that's something to cheer about and you think Biden has done a great job, really? We're not even talking about 1% of the number of Americans. Not even 1%. He's at around 0.5% of the Americans that are on Haiti. And you think that's a success? Let me look at the comments here, because I know I was talking for a little bit. But I want to make the impact here. I want to let you know how important this is to have a strong leader with a plan who is talking to the American people and is informing us so that we can be unified in support. I'm not telling you that Joe Biden or Democrats can't have an effective leader. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that Joe Biden isn't that effective leader. I'm saying that Kamala Harris isn't that effective leader. And we're seeing the result of weak leadership. Grace Grimm says, after seeing what our government does to us, I did get that one. Grace says, I think the Biden administration is in it for the grift alone. Grift and a handful of ideologues. I disagree with that, Grace. I think that the Biden administration is in this for votes. They are doing whatever it takes to look good enough with the progressive and Democratic base to get their votes. That's it. They don't care about anything else. That's why they're willing to abandon people in the Sudan, because you don't know where the Sudan is. The average American listening to this program in America, most people who watch this program are more savvy when it comes to politics. You're more aware than the average person walking down the street. And even politically savvy individuals don't know where Sudan is in a map. They can't tell you where the Ukraine or where Afghanistan, they can't find it on a map. So he doesn't care. And because he doesn't have to, because that's not going to change the way Democrats vote for him. It should, because it affects our allies, the way our allies trust us, whether or not the rest of the world is militarizing, and they are, because no one trusts the Biden administration. No one trusts America to stand up for our own people, as well as the treaties that we have around the world. It's a direct consequence. It's all about the votes. Mike Bowie. Hey, Mike Bowie is with us. And Mike Bowie says, you're more likely to see Haiti invade the U.S. Well, Mike, yes, we are getting their refugees in mass, which is also a problem, because there are at least 4,000 prisoners or individuals who were in prison in Haiti that have been released because of the gangs. At least 4,000 has been confirmed by multiple international news media organizations. And we know there is a mass exodus. Many people, many Haitians are trying to leave Haiti, and they are coming directly to the United States. First stop, which I don't blame them, because you can make the argument that America is, even though it should be Puerto Rico, it might be the Dominican Republic, but it could be Cuba. But okay, they're coming to America. I won't dispute that. First stop, we're there. Okay. But we're taking them in without vetting any of these individuals. And I know people will say, but Mike, it's an emergency. Fantastic. Leave them in a single area. When we were evacuating people from Afghanistan, we had them on U.S. military bases, and they did a half-assed job of at least trying to vet some of those individuals before they released them into the American public. I know nobody remembers what happened in 2022. In December of 2021 and January of 2022, look this up if you want to, folks, but as we were releasing the Afghan refugees into the public, sending them across the United States, we had a severe flood of young American women being attacked by Afghan refugees. We saw this in Minnesota. We saw this in Wisconsin in particular. There were big cases about that in 2022. I believe it was January of 2022, that as we released these refugees that were not vetted, they attacked American women. Do we want that to happen again? Because some of the prisoners that we know have been released, that we know are trying to escape Haiti, that are in the some of those refugees that are coming, we know we have bad people that are mixed in with the honest and legitimate refugees trying to escape Haiti and the hellhole of their government. We know this. We need to take a precaution. We need to quarantine these individuals, for lack of a better word, so that we can vet them and find all of those Haitian prisoners and send them back. Is that too much to ask for to protect fellow Americans? Apparently, for the Biden-Harris administration, for the Democratic Socialists and the progressives in America, yes, that's too much. They would say, well, that's just racist and sexist. I don't know why. I'm only trying to protect the American people. We don't have to accept any of them. We are under zero obligation to take in any refugee from anywhere in the world, let alone Haiti. We are not obligated to fix their problem. They have a bad government. They have a corrupt, ultimately corrupt government. That's not the American government's problem. That's not the American people's problem. We are compassionate. We are generous. We are willing to take them in and put the burden on ourselves because we can appreciate the corruption, the violence that is happening there. That is a good thing. Don't abuse our good nature, our generosity, nor assume that it is an obligation. It is not. And anyone who tells you we are obligated to do this has a political agenda, because there is no obligation for us to do that. None. All right, let me go back. Dude Man 76. Hello, Dude Man. First time that I'm seeing you on the channel and seeing your comment. I see you're speaking to us from D Live. Great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Tony Z says, hello, Mike. Tuned in on YouTube. By the way, I'm simulcasting your show on TikTok. Hey, fantastic. Thank you. And to everyone on TikTok, hello. Good to see you guys. I hope China doesn't blank this out. I don't mind at all. I don't mind at all. I'm happy to have people. By the way, if you are enjoying this, even if you don't agree, and that's perfectly fine, I don't mind that. Even if you do not agree, please celebrate our free speech and give us a like, a share, and subscribe. That's all we ask for. I mean, if you want, you can always donate. $1.50 makes a big difference in my life. Yes, it really does. I've lost 95% of everything that I own in the last year alone, including my house and studio and everything else. So $1.50 makes a difference to me if you want to join my Patreon. But all we actually ask for, a like, a share, and subscribe. You can comment, you can call in. Those are all extra things you could do, and we appreciate each and every one of them. But all we ask for is the like and the share. That's it. Really. Subscribe. That's all we ask for. Even if you disagree, especially if you disagree, tell me why you disagree. If you think I am wrong, if you think feelings are more important than the facts that I am presenting to you and the sources that we are showing you and will be in the description, please tell us why. I'd like to be reassured that the world is more peaceful and going to become more peaceful and stable than it is right now. I would love that. That would be good news for everyone. It's not reality, but I would love to see that. Please convince me of that. It will make my day, make me feel much happier. But it's not possible because that's not the reality of the world. It may be people's feelings. It's not the reality. And speaking about things that are not reality, and we're talking about the problems, here's something that's interesting. So the United States has now changed its position, the Biden-Harris administration, because they're getting pressure from progressives who are saying they will not vote for the Biden-Harris administration. Now they have changed their position. And I want you to understand, folks, look at the Michigan primary. This is when we saw it. And this is something that I was talking about when I was talking about with Larry Sharp on Monday night in the Sharp Club and the 100,000 votes. What we saw is that, there it is, that 101,000 progressives in the district of Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, they voted uncommitted. Donald Trump had 759,000 votes in Michigan, a swing state. Joe Biden had 632,000 votes. The Democrats weren't showing up. He wasn't competitive. 101,000 Democrats, those progressives, voted uncommitted. He needs every one of those votes to compete with Donald Trump. He'd still lose head to head, but he needs those votes to make it a challenge to be even close. And if that's what's happening in the primary, and the primary is normally 10 to 20% of the actual voting population, it means that Biden is going to lose Michigan. Democrats aren't showing up, and he needs every one of those progressives to actually show up and to vote for him to have any chance of winning Michigan. And because of that, he decided to change his position on how America is dealing with Iran via Hamas and their position with Israel. He didn't change his position until Super Tuesday. He didn't change the direction that the United States was going in until he got the results from Super Tuesday and saw the progressives not backing him up and making him non-competitive. And that's when he came out that Thursday, after Super Tuesday, that Thursday, he came out and said, oh, we're going to build a port to get more humanitarian aid into Gaza. It isn't about Gaza. It's not about Hamas for the Biden-Harris administration. It's about the votes. It's about getting progressive votes so he can be competitive. It is that obvious to the world. We are actually funding and helping a terrorist organization, Hamas, that killed Americans, 34 of them, that captured 22 Americans that they are torturing and sexually abusing as confirmed by the UN, and that we know this for a fact, and he is helping them because he wants the votes. Because he wants the votes. And now the UN, the U.S. has called for in the UN, they've called for a ceasefire, unconditional ceasefire. Well, actually not unconditional. It's conditioned on hostages. But here's the thing that I found interesting about that, and this is from the BBC, left-leaning news media, international news. You didn't hear about this from American news media, MSNBC, CNN, the New York Times. They're not talking about this. The BBC is telling us that the U.S. position of ceasefire is based on Hamas releasing the hostages. 253 hostages held by Hamas. Full stop. Folks, think about this for a second. We were told by the American government that in total there were 253 hostages taken by Hamas on October 7th. And since that time, there was a ceasefire for 6 days, and 140 of those hostages were released, including 2 Americans. 2. Not 22, 2. That's how many people Joe Biden got back. 2. Thailand got all of their people back. 17. 17 Thai nationals were released because of the negotiations of the Thai government, and they got all their people home. Joe Biden got 2. We spent over $100 million for Hamas to get 2 Americans back in that ceasefire. That means there are still 20 Americans being held, at least 20 Americans being held by Hamas. And now we're hearing from via the BBC, via the UN, that there are 253. So that means there were at least 50%, maybe double the number of hostages taken by Hamas, which may include American citizens that are being held at this moment. We were lied to. We were lied to. According to the BBC, according to this article, which came out, to be exact, 2 days ago, that's March 22nd, according to the BBC, there are more hostages, which may be American hostages, than we were told, and they're not being released. This is a problem. This is a massive problem. And Joe Biden is trying to say, well, Israel has to be at peace with Hamas, an organization that has written down, that has promised, and is acting on genocide. They believe in genocide. They're like Harvard University. They're like the University, Cornell University or Binghamton University. They believe in genocide if someone doesn't agree with whatever they believe. If you do not believe what Hamas believes, which is essentially what Iran believes about the Ayatollah, if you do not believe in their religion the way that they believe in it, they will kill you. They have said that. They have done that to Israel, to the United States, to the British, to the Thai nationals. They have done it to the Nepalese. They have done this to people around the world. That is a fact. It is indisputable. We know this for a fact. They have put it in documentation for decades. They have said this for decades. They said this on October 10th of 2023. We know that is their goal. You cannot have peace when the person you're trying to have peace with says you have to cease to exist. You cannot have peace. And if America, and this is my position, you can tell me if you think I'm right or if I am wrong. If Hamas wants any humanitarian aid, if Hamas wants us to have any influence on Israel, give us every American hostage, whether they're alive or they're dead, and some believe that the American hostages are now dead, which is why Hamas doesn't want to give away the American hostages. They don't want to release them because they're dead. But alive or dead, give America all of our hostages. Release the Americans. And then ask the American government to see if we will help them with a ceasefire or humanitarian aid. We should not be giving them anything. This is the enemy of the United States by their own actions, by their own words. And again, more importantly, by their actions. They killed our civilians. They captured and tortured our civilians. We had nothing to do. They came after our people out of the blue, and they did this to us. Why are we giving them anything? Because Joe Biden needs to win an election. That's why that's happening. Is there anyone who disagrees with me? It's perfectly fine if you do. Again, this is a conversation, folks. You can type it in the chat. You can call in to 929-715-8569. And you can tell me. The phone's plugged in. So you can call in and say, Mike, I disagree. I think you misunderstand. Fantastic. How? How do I misunderstand? We know the Michigan results. We know Biden is losing. We know that going by the polling, Biden is losing in the majority, roughly about 90 to 95% of all polls that have been done over the last 9 months say the same thing. Joe Biden is losing. Democrats are not motivated to come out and vote. We're seeing the results in the primaries consistently. We know that out of the 7 swing states that will be critical for the 2024 election right now, at this moment, 4 of them have been won by Donald Trump. That's comparing the number of Republicans that showed up to vote and voted only for Donald Trump, and comparing that to the number of Democrats that have shown up and only voted for Joe Biden. Donald Trump has won 4 of those states versus only one has been in the favor of Joe Biden. So that kind of tells us, and there's only 2 more of these races for these swing states, that's Nevada and Wisconsin, that are still in the air. They're the only 2 that are left. At best, Joe Biden will be losing swing states 4-3. That's our prediction. Take this as our prediction, folks. We are predicting this. That of the 7 swing states, Donald Trump will win 4 to 5 of them. If everything stays exactly as it is right now, Donald Trump will win 4 to 5 of the swing states, and that means he wins the election. Unless something remarkable, miraculous happens, that's going to be the result. If you think I am wrong, I am more than happy to hear your voice and to hear what you say, to hear what you think, to tell me how I am wrong. Tell me why you think I might be wrong about that. Again, I'm going over the evidence of why I think I'm correct. Let me go on to say, now, of course, finishing up with the international news about how the international is affecting the United States. And I think I've made the case about each of these, and we go through this every week. So we've been talking about the food shortage, how that's affecting prices, how that's affecting your pocket, both here in the United States and around the world. We've talked about the instability of the world, the lack of trust of our allies, and our enemies taking advantage of that, and that's creating more and more instability. We're talking about the Biden administration, whose sole focus is on election and trying to win and maintain power, instead of protecting the American people, whether that's far away or nearby, anywhere outside of the United States. That's not his focus is on the election, not the American people. And we see that case after case, year after year, in the tens of thousands. These are all facts. And we're seeing that with Hamas and terrorist organizations, including the Houthis, and we're seeing that in real time, and it's having a real-time effect on you. But that brings us to what happens in Moscow. Russia is fighting against the Ukraine. And this is a proxy war. This is really the United States fighting Russia, quite honestly. It's not even NATO, it's the United States. It's Joe Biden fighting against Putin. That's what it really is. And Putin is winning. That's not a good thing. That's not something I'm happy about. I don't want to say Putin is winning, but he is. Ukraine is losing. And that's not something that's unexpected. Everyone knew this would happen at some point. You were promised it would only last 1 month. Then you were promised it would only last 6 months. We're well into 2 years, 3 years now, and it's not going to end anytime soon. Even if tomorrow, the Ukraine, if Zelensky decided to say that he was going to give up the entire eastern portion of the Ukraine, this entire southern portion of the Ukraine, which is what Russia wants because of the wheat, the fertilizer, the uranium, and the connection to the Black Sea, which leads to the Mediterranean. Even if he were to give all of that up tomorrow, there would still be regional fighting. There would be terror cells and freedom fighters going on for the next decade. It's not going to end anytime soon. That conflict is going to be going on, but Ukraine is losing. And that's why we're hearing more and more nations saying that, you know what, maybe there's only 2 choices. Either the Ukraine is going to give up the land and admit they lost, or there's the option from France. President Macron, as we covered about 3 weeks ago, when he came out and said, guess what? He wants to use NATO troops to go into the Ukraine to start fighting. NATO troops. That means 75% of NATO troops are U.S. troops. He wants to take American soldiers and to put them into the Ukraine war because Ukraine is losing. This is how we got into Vietnam. This is the problem. And again, we got into Vietnam because the French were losing and they called in the United States to bail them out. And then we got into Vietnam and we lost that war. They're doing the same thing to us because Macron thinks he can take advantage of Joe Biden. He thinks he can take advantage that Joe Biden is so desperate for votes that he doesn't want to talk about Ukraine losing, and he doesn't want to talk about NATO not trusting America. He doesn't want to deal with that. But we know, as we have covered last year, Emmanuel Macron, the president of France, has said that he doesn't care about America, that he wants to become closer and have better political ties with China. He already said that. And he said that he wants to take all of Europe with him to the arms of China, away from the United States, especially under the Biden administration. He said that last year. You don't have to believe me. Look it up. We've covered it on this channel. Do a search in our videos. We've covered this live before, that he has already said this. So we know where that position is. That's a problem. But Russia isn't just fighting Ukraine and realistically the United States. Russia's also fighting ISIS. See, here's the one, some people may call this a silver lining, but the fact is that when ISIS was released from Afghanistan, they got out of Afghanistan, they went to Africa, but some of them decided to go into Syria and fight there. Now, that's a very big war, and the United States is involved in that. The Kurds are involved with that. The PKK are involved. That's another terrorist organization, which is affecting Turkey, which is making America have problems with Turkey, and they will probably be the next ISIS. I've covered it before. You can look it up, the PKK. I've talked about that organization back in 2019, 2020. You can see my video on that. But the fact is that what we're seeing is when ISIS was released in 2021, some of them went into Syria. And they were fighting against Russia in the Syria conflict. And they don't like Russia. And Russia's pissed off at America, not just because of supporting the Ukraine, but because we released ISIS and now they have to fight ISIS in Syria. And those same ISIS fighters went from Syria and have gone into Russia itself, and they are attacking people. That's who attacked Moscow, the third ring of Moscow, the performance center, where 133 Russians were killed. And this is just as bad as what we saw on October 7th. This is terrorism. This is something that is abhorrent. It is evil. It is bad. A group of religious fanatics killed innocent civilians at a concert for no reason other than they didn't like the politics. That's horrendous. That is evil. And I have no problem with the Russian FSB, who are brutal to start with, to go out and wipe these people out. I don't have a problem with that, because that's how you deal with terrorism. That is the effective way to deal with the terrorist threat to the people. They're killing innocent civilians. And whether or not we are funding a war against the military of Russia in the Ukraine, I would never support any terrorist that is killing civilians. And that's the thing we should take away from that. This is a direct problem from Biden. Biden caused this to happen. Not to say that there wouldn't have been fighting anyway, not to say that ISIS loves Russia other than this, but the fact is ISIS would not have had the same capabilities if Biden didn't run away from Afghanistan in the way that he did. That's a reality. This is how the dominoes fall and how it affects every country in the world. So ISIS still hates America. ISIS is still fighting against America, and ISIS is fighting against Russia. Russia is now double pissed off at the Biden administration. not just because of the fight in Ukraine, but also because the terrorists that the Biden administration released are killing Russian civilians. This is a problem. Do you see what happens when you have a weak leader? It isn't just one thing happens. It's not just that moment in time. It is the consequences that continue to happen down the road. I am not in favor of ISIS. I want them eliminated. I have no problem with the Russians eliminating ISIS, and I wish that Joe Biden had done his job and got rid of them first, but they didn't. But this is the direct consequence, and that means the political situation in trying to get peace into Ukraine became that much more. It became that much more difficult. And maybe, just maybe, that's why when the United States decided to try have a ceasefire in Gaza, Russia said no. Maybe it's because Russia is pissed off that ISIS was released by Biden and they're attacking Russian citizens as a consequence. So screw America in Hamas and in Gaza. That's a direct consequence. I know people are going to say, but Mike, I understand why you would think that because of what happened in Afghanistan and ISIS being released and ISIS going fight Russia in Syria, and they're then going on to kill 133 Russian civilians, I can see why you would think then the Russian government's going to say, well, screw America and Hamas and Gaza. We're not going to help their people with the terrorists that killed American civilians at a concert. You got the Russians killed. Why are we going to help the Americans? No one else is having an honest conversation with you on it. MSNBC, the New York Times, CNN, they have tens of thousands of employees. I am not the smartest man in the world. I'm not. I'm sometimes the smartest man in the room, depends on the room. But I am no way. I'm one man. And if I can glean this scenario by looking at the news and paying attention to the details, not just from American reporting, but from the global reporting, and paying attention to the way the dominoes are falling and who is responsible for each domino as it falls, if I can figure that out, and if I can come to this conclusion, why can't the New York Times, the CNN, MSNBC, ABC News, CBS, the Huffington Post, why aren't they having this conversation with the American people? Even if it's to say, I'm wrong, even if they wanted to say, oh, Mike, you're just one guy. You don't have all the facts. Here's 10,000 of our employees, and they were able to find the little bits of information that say you're wrong. Fantastic. Why aren't they doing that? Probably because I'm not wrong. And the reality is, as I am describing it, the consequences, the domino effect went exactly like I'm suggesting it has, and that this is correct, and you might not vote for Joe Biden if you knew that. You might not vote for Democrats or progressives if you understood how they created the problem today that we're living with back in 2021. Again, you don't have to agree with me. I'm not telling you. I'm not a progressive. Just because I'm black and Hispanic doesn't mean you're obligated to agree with me. You can tell me, Mike, I think you're absolutely wrong. Fantastic. Why? Don't tell me why you feel why I'm wrong. Don't tell me that I'm old. Don't tell me that I'm ugly. Don't tell me that I'm an ist and a phobe, because I don't care about any of that. None of that is meaningful or makes any difference. Don't care. That's not the point. The point is, tell me, how is my conclusion incorrect? I have given you the entire scenario based on the facts that are internationally confirmed. And that points to Biden created the scenario, created the environment for these problems to exist now, and they are magnifying the more time continues, that he has made a problem for us, and he could solve this. He could resolve it. But that would take him being a strong leader, more concerned about fixing the problem than getting reelected. He would lose the votes of the progressives. He would lose the votes of the Democratic Socialists of America. He would lose part of the fringe of his party. But America would be better off. He could do that. He isn't doing that because the votes are more important to him than the American people. I know there are some Democrats out there. There are some libertarians. There are some independents out there that are hearing this and thinking it through. And it's the first time they've had someone give them an honest conversation about it. And they're saying, oh my God, I might not vote Democrat. Okay. That doesn't mean you're a bad person. Doesn't mean that you suddenly become MAGA. It doesn't mean that MAGA equals evil. It doesn't change the world in a negative way. It means that maybe with your voice and our voices together, we can improve this. Again, this is not a lose-lose scenario. It doesn't have to be. If we have a strong leader with a plan that he tells to the American people and the world, maybe we get more stable. Because fact is, the world loves and hates when America is strong. They love and hate when America is run by what they say is, quote unquote, a cowboy. You know what? They may hate American cowboys, but they love the stability and the order and the peace that those very same cowboys bring to the world. So we need a plan and we need a leader. Someone who's not worried about the next election and is more worried about the American people. And by being worried about the American people, we help the rest of the world. At least that's the way I see it. Maybe you think I'm wrong. Maybe you say, Mike, you just don't understand. Okay, tell me why. Tell me why. Don't tell me that I'm ugly. Don't tell me I'm old. Don't tell me that I'm just some Islamophobe. Don't tell me that I'm part of the Republican Party. That has nothing to do with any of this. Tell me how I am misunderstanding the facts as they exist. And let me go back to some of the comments here. Graham is with us. Hello, Graham. I'm glad to see you're with us from out in California. Graham says, I heard there was an attack in Russia. That was yesterday. That's correct. Gunmen in military fatigues. It were actually members of ISIS. ISIS has taken credit for this. We know of 11 people being arrested by the Russian FSB, which is essentially the equivalent of the military and CIA in the United States. They're what happened to the KGB. The FSB captured 11 people. 4 of them were or claimed to be the individuals who went into the concert hall and killed 133 Russian civilians, set fire to the place. That's what we know of at this moment. Joanna says, Amen, I'm telling the truth, and thank you for addressing this. Well, Joanna, I'm happy to do that. Please like, share, and most of all, subscribe so that other people can hear this. Even if you disagree, tell me why. Tell yourself why, factually. I understand. We have entered into an era of the AOC. And when I say that, I mean her conversation with 60 Minutes. And that's when she introduced us to this concept that has been floating around in colleges across this nation, part of the indoctrination of our education system under the progressive federal government. What do we hear? Oh, it's not important to be factually correct. It's not important to be empirically, mathematically, or what does she say? It's not important to be mathematically, empirically, systemically correct. It is important to have feelings. She was the birth of feelings over facts. That feelings are facts. That's what she got from her college experience. That's what she brought to Congress. That's what the driving force of the Democratic Socialists of America and the progressive movement are. Feelings. Feelings are more important and are more real than facts. I'm sorry, that's not true. You can have whatever feeling you want. You can feel like everything I've gone through talking about the international situation in America right now, or rather the international situation impacting America right now. You can feel however you want to feel about it, but the facts do not change because of your feelings. The consequences do not change because of your feeling. That's subjective. You can feel bad about it, good about it. You can feel whatever you want about it. That doesn't change the reality, nor does it give us a solution to the problem at hand. And the problem, in us trying to address it, the United States, no, we don't want to be the police of the world, but the fact is, this is directly affecting us economically, in terms of safety, national security. It has a direct impact. It's affecting immigration populations and demand of immigration into our nation. This is vital for us to fix. And if we do not do that out of self-interest, the rest of the world gets less and less stable, and the problem gets bigger and bigger, and we get closer to 3 regional wars. Not World War III. We've said this many times on the program. It's not World War III. Anyone who's trying to tell you, oh, it's going to be World War III, they are lying to you. They have a political agenda. They're saying that to scare you into compliance. It's not World War III. It's 3 regional wars simultaneously. That's worse. That's the reality. That's what we are seeing right now. We have 2 of the 3 actually happening right now in Europe, in the Middle East, and now we're seeing Southeast Asia. They're preparing. 3 simultaneous regional wars, because these guys, China, Russia, Iran, they hate each other. They happen to hate America more. They hate the Constitution more. And they're willing to work with each other to destroy the Constitution, which means destroying America. That's the reality. And it's unsettling. I know it is. But if we aren't being honest about the problem, we will never get to the solution. Dow says, feelings expedite impulsive reactions, which are the easiest to manipulate. Yeah. You know, you get into a fight. If someone pisses you off and you're all emotional and you're in the fight, the more emotional you become, the easier it is to beat you in that fight. The more logical you are, the more you're thinking through it, the harder it is to beat you in a fight. That's just true. It's human nature. Ask any boxer. Ask anyone in MMA. This is what Muhammad Ali used to do. Muhammad Ali, the reason why he had float like a butterfly, sting like a bee, why he would insult. We know since then, we've seen in the biopics, in his biographies, we have seen that Muhammad Ali, he was actually borrowing money from Joe Frazier, in between the fights to help feed his family, to keep him going. We know this. It's been confirmed by the family of Ali and by Frazier's family. We know that this happened. And the very same day, the very same car ride, when Ali had just borrowed money for Frazier to feed his family, he turned around and went in front of the news media and insulted the hell out of Frazier to piss him off. Because he's like, I just lent you money, and now you're insulting me to my face? What is wrong with you, man? And he did that so that he could win, because Frazier was emotional. Muhammad Ali's opponents in the ring were emotional. He would fight them in his mind. He was having a mental battle with them. He was having a mental boxing match with them, as well as a physical one. And because of that mental battle, he was winning there. That's why he won. They got emotional. He didn't. He won. Same thing that we're seeing now with, what's his name? Oh, God, I've actually met him in person. Mike Tyson. Mike Tyson is doing the same thing. Mike Tyson, just by the name Tyson, the rumor, the presence of Mike Tyson is intimidating this other guy, Ethan, whatever his name is, the skinny white boy. And I guarantee you that white boy is terrified right now because Mike Tyson is a monster. I know he's older now, and they say, well, he's slower now. You know what? I've met Mike Tyson. We were in Bentleys back in the 80s. And Mike Tyson, this is the heyday, of course. And Mike Tyson was in Bentleys and he was drunk. And I met him there. Bentleys was a nightclub in Manhattan. And I was chatting to a young woman there. I was a young man as well. And he came on up to us and he decided he wanted to chat to the woman that I was chatting to. And I was not very happy about that. And then I looked carefully at Mike Tyson. He was double me. He was thicker than me. He would destroy me in a fight. He had that overwhelming presence. And I was aware of how he did in the boxing matches, how he beat people. And I had heard the rumors about what happens when civilians, regular people, got into a fight with Mike Tyson outside of the ring. He would destroy me. Now, I want to be, I wasn't out of shape. I was in decent shape. I was, a young man in my 20s. I was fine. I could have fought. I'm sure I would have hit him before he absolutely destroyed me and devastated me. Well, I didn't keep chatting to that girl. Mike Tyson didn't either. He was drunk at the time. And she was a passing fancy, and he left, and I think he left with a much better looking woman. Okay, but that being said, it's that intimidation factor. So a little bit of history about my life and experience that I've gone through, but I think it's also the bigger point of that imposing nature of how emotion affects the rest of it. And if I was purely going on emotion at that moment, I was drunk, I was pissed off, I was not happy with Mike Tyson interrupting my night. And then I had logic hit my brain and stop and say, oh yeah, but Mike, he will destroy you. This is what he does. He fights for a living. He is very good at fighting for a living. I was in good shape. He was in pinnacle shape. He would destroy me. It's not worth having that fight. That's logic interrupting emotion. Emotions aren't good. I hope that example of my life helps put that into perspective for you. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Not everyone will love it. So we've been talking about the international, and I'm going to go into the domestic now. We're going to talk about stuff that's happening in America itself directly. Hang on one second. So now comes the domestic issues. Let's focus more. We've been talking about what's happening with Haiti. We've been talking about what's happening overseas in all the various countries, how the United States is critical to them and to us. And I thank everyone for the comments thus far. Let's have some more conversations. Because I know most people in America don't pay attention to what happens overseas. Most people, this is why MSNBC, ABC, all the news media in America, why they get away with not telling you how bad it is around the world as a consequence of the Biden-Harris administration policies. Because no one pays attention. Americans don't really care about that. That's why when we have the debates, presidential debates, they rarely, even primary debates, rarely talk about, and what are you going to do about the international politics? What are you going to do about these situations that are affecting the rest of the world as well as the United States? And that's why they get away with it. That's why Joe Biden got away with in 2019, said, well, I know all these people, so they'll respect me and the world will be better off. Well, that was a lie, obviously. Obviously. And yes, Joanna, many of these news organizations lie. It's true. Hey, at least Grace. Oh, good news. Grace at least enjoyed my conversation, my little story about meeting Mike Tyson. Kind of funny. I doubt Mike Tyson remembers. Again, he was drunk at the time. And I probably wouldn't have remembered it, except it was Mike Tyson. So, you know, that's why I remember that one. Mike Bowie says, Mike Tyson sober is scary. I can't imagine Mike Tyson drunk. Way more scary. I can tell you for a fact. He was very imposing in person. It was not a good night for me. I was really, and I was so tempted to try and hit him. I really was. I was pissed off. And I can guarantee you, my face would not look as pretty as it does right now if I did that. If I had hit him, I have no doubt, I would have hurt him. He would have destroyed me. So, you know, even now, and I think Tyson and I are about the same age. Matter of fact, I might be a little bit older than him, but we're pretty close. And he'd still, I think today, if Mike Tyson, if I ever had to hit him, I'm sure I could hurt him. He's a man in his 50s like I am. I'd hurt him, relatively, and he'd destroy me. I think that's just a fact. I'm honest, you know. Just being honest, folks. Because we should be honest with each other. And we should have these conversations with each other. Even when it's something that's embarrassing or not necessarily in our best interest. We should, because that's how the world gets better. Let me talk about what's happening here in the United States. Oh, wait a minute. Joanna says, she met Muhammad Ali in a gym underground in Miami. Fantastic. I wish I had met Muhammad Ali. Man's incredible. I really love Muhammad Ali. Kids today, younger people today have no idea. The world has changed so much because of social media, because we're so much constantly in touch with our these entertainers, and we get to see the reality of their lives, of their individuality, and they're so progressive. We really don't appreciate them. We don't like them very much. Think about it. You really don't. We take more pleasure nowadays in the downfall and the self-destruction that comes from being an entertainer than the entertainers themselves. But back in the 70s and the 80s, in the early 90s, we had a very different view of the world. Muhammad Ali was one of the greatest athletes ever. And we knew it. And everyone in the world acknowledged it. Everyone knew the name. And to this day, I would say, probably 2/3 of the world still know who Muhammad Ali is. This is a world without instantaneous phone calls, without cell phones, without the internet, without computers, really. And we were doing everything by faxes and mail, regular snail mail. And he was the most popular entertainer in the world, shortly thereafter by Michael Jordan and Tiger Woods. The world knew him. Very different. Very different. But that being said, let me move on. Wait a minute. We got a comment from Joanne saying, do better, see better, and Muhammad Ali is the greatest. I agree. Tony Z says, the irony of China is we basically built them from a third world country because of the 1980s NAFTA pacts, and we export our jobs in factories for cheap labor. I would disagree with parts of that, Tony. We didn't really build China up. China already existed as a massive power, even after the Mao Revolution and the communists took over. They always had the manpower and a lack of concern for the individual in that nation. They're not like America. You don't have rights and freedoms in China like you do in America, communist or not. But especially under communism, you don't have freedom, any of the freedoms here in the United States. You don't. And therefore, they don't care about whether or not they have their people working in sweatshops, or if they have them working in substandard conditions, or that they're not paying them enough for the lifestyle that they have. It's communist. We're going to give you 1 pound of meat. I talked to a friend, Lily Tang Williams. If anyone's not familiar with her, she's in New Hampshire now. She used to live in Colorado. She moved to New Hampshire. Republican. Lily Tang Williams. Actually, libertarian to be correct. And she was born in communist China under Mao. And she knows what it is. She's told me. I've done interviews with her. You can look it up on the channel. Lily. Lily Tang, T-A-N-G, Williams. And you can see her own story from the interview that I did with her, where everyone in the family, didn't matter how much you worked, the entire family got 1 pound of meat, pork, a month. That was it. You got 1 pound and that had to last the entire month. That's communism. And it's because they didn't care how much money you made or how much you produced. It's what the government gave you, and you don't get different, because that's communism. So they've always had cheap labor, and because they had that cheap labor, they were always doing knockoffs of all of the American goods. They just got better at doing that. They're making better and better knockoffs because America was so busy with the unions that we didn't continue to improve ourselves. Our efficiency went down. And then, because of the progressive ideals, we started taxing our businesses so much that they went outside of the United States. Between the unions and taxes, it was too expensive to continue to build everything in America, so we started exporting more and more jobs. So that's the difference I have with what you're saying there, Tony. So I agree with you to an extent, and I disagree to an extent. I hope that makes sense. But that's, again, trying to explain that. If you think I am wrong, or if I'm not making myself clear, please tell me. I'm more than happy to answer to you. That's what this is about. People, I study a lot of politics and interactions of the politics. I've been doing it for 18 years. I can give you my insight. Whether or not you agree with it is entirely different. Whether or not you think it's valuable is up to you. But I can give you some of my impressions and understandings based on about to be 56 years of life and 18 years of political commentary. Now, let me go on. So talking about here in the United States, again, we wanted to get to the domestic. And I wanted to start off with something that I thought was kind of interesting. This is from Facebook. Again, links to everything we are talking about will be in the description of the show. At the end of the show, after we get done, I'll put up links to everything here so you can see it all for yourself in full. But I think this is important. This comes from Longhorn Roofing, and I think it's kind of interesting. I'm not playing the sound, but you can see. So it starts off with a picture. Here's the Department of Homeland Security, and across the street. Now, I think what they're trying to emphasize here in this very simple, it's YouTube, it's a short video, this is all there is, and they're making it very clear for us. Gee, it's in Florida, and this is the status of immigration in the United States at this time. It's a joke that people are laughing about. Because right across the street from the Department of Homeland Security, that's supposed to be protecting our borders, are individuals that the video is implying are illegal aliens that are working across the street from the Department of Homeland Security. Just to let you know how much of a joke the Biden-Harris administration immigration policies are. That you can stand right in front of the Biden-Harris administration's political policies, their enforcement of the law, and break the law right to their face. It's such a joke that there's video showing you how much of a joke it is. And that is a problem because that joke is encouraging people to cross our border. That joke, that reality that there is a lack of enforcement, a lack of respect. This is perhaps even the bigger problem. It's a lack of respect. This video is showing us that they don't even respect or fear the Biden-Harris administration and its enforcement of the law. There is so little concern that they will flaunt this video because there's a name attached to this. There's a business attached to this. You could track this down. The United States government has more than enough employees. The IRS has more than enough auditors. They could figure out who they could find out which company this is. They could find out who the employees are. They could arrest those illegal aliens tomorrow if they wanted to. They're not. And they're not going to. And everyone knows it. And every illegal alien that is watching this knows it. They saw the video too. Oh, they're not serious. That's what this video is saying. Joe Biden, all his bluster, Kamala Harris, all her bluster, the Democratic progressives saying, we're going to be safe. The border is secure. Don't worry. Everything's fine. They're looking at it and laughing in our face. Laws don't matter in America. You can pick and choose which law you will follow. That's what this video is saying to the world. And all of the illegal aliens entering the United States are seeing this and going, I don't have anything to worry about. I can go to America, I can get a job right in front of the police station, in front of the law enforcement, and they will never stop me. And they will have a better life working construction in America than any job they have in 2/3 of the world. That's a fact. Even if they're being paid under the table, even if they get paid half what an American would get paid, they are making bank. Because in 60-70% of the world, if you are making poverty, $12,000 a year, American, you are living better than 60-70% of the world. If you got paid half what a regular construction worker makes, illegally, under the books here in America, you are richer than probably 60-70% of the world, if not more. So the video says a lot. It says a lot to us about what the status is here in the United States. Illegal immigration is rampant. It is so commonplace now. It is so expected now. And the Biden administration is expected to be so bumbling, so ineffective and inefficient that you can laugh in their face across the street from the law enforcement of the Biden administration. There is no fear. There is no respect. Just like Iran, China, Russia, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis do not respect Joe Biden nor fear him as the commander-in-chief of the United States. They have no fear or respect in the United States. Illegal aliens have no fear or respect of the Biden administration either. Let me catch up to the comments here for a quick second. Tony Z says, no, Mike, I was correct in what I was saying about China and its resources. He just had a slightly different perspective on NAFTA, and that's perfectly fine. Again, I'm happy to hear that. I'm happy to hear different points of view. Maybe there's something I missed. Maybe there's something I didn't understand. Or maybe I can help people understand something that I see that they may not have seen. Because the news media doesn't emphasize it because they didn't read you didn't read The Guardian or the BBC, Jerusalem Times, the Hindustan Times, the Nikkei News. You didn't read some of the Deutsche Welle, the German news. You weren't reading some of the news that I do that actually told you the details that the American media don't want you to know about. Joanna says she doesn't respect Biden either. Well, you're not the only one. There's a lot of people. Especially if we will get into the polling in just a moment. And I'm just checking where I'm at here. So I wanted to also, so there's that. Let me also warn people about something that we're seeing. Again, under the Biden administration, we have seen the government overreach its power in one respect, and at the same time, underprotect or underreact to the needs of the public. Let me explain what I mean there. this just came out. Right there it is. So news that just came out today, late yesterday. If you watched certain YouTube videos, investigators demanded your data. The United States government was looking to get your private data from Google. And Google, YouTube, gave it to them. So that just came out. This news is just coming out right now. And we know, and this is according to Forbes, this is according to documents that were unsealed by the courts. Google was ordered to provide IP addresses, telephone numbers, names, activity of individuals who watch certain videos. Videos were sent by undercover police on, and this is about crypto. So if you're into cryptocurrency and you happen to watch anything connected to Elon Musk, WHM, if you were watching videos from this individual, if you were interacting with this individual, well, undercover police from the Biden administration went out, and I imagine this means when they say undercover police, we're talking about the FBI, were looking into cryptocurrency money laundering, often on behalf of terrorist organizations around the world. They use crypto to do that. A lot of crime uses crypto because it's easier to hide the money and keep it out of the hands of the federal government. And they decided to look into this Bitcoin trader, and they were looking and Google gave away all of your information if you were watching those videos. There was over 30,000 times. We assume, and it is stated by the article, that maybe thousands of individuals, maybe tens of thousands of individuals had all their information given over because you watched a crypto video. Tells you that the Biden administration is willing to take your information. The social media giants are more than happy to give up all of your information and not tell you a word. Google could have told you about this. YouTube could have told you about this after the fact. They could have said, hey, we had to do this because of a warrant. We had to do this because the government was trying to protect you. They could have told you about it. They didn't. They didn't care. It's about power. It's about making sure they can control what you do and decide where you're going to go. Now, hang on one second. As I mentioned this, and I know a lot of people didn't know about that. That's important. But I believe I heard my puppy, who's 13 years of age, making some noise like something that, if you're new to the channel, my puppy who's 13 years old, he's been going through some life changes because he's like in his 90s. And so when he needs to go, he lets me know. And we usually take a break in the show at that time. Considering that I do about 4 hours to 5 hours a day, we've been on for 2 hours already. It's not bad to take a quick break. This will give you a chance. You can go to the bathroom, you can get something to eat, you can check on whatever it is that you check on. We're going to play a video. It's a speech that I had a couple years ago, and I think it'll be interesting. I think it'll be informative. It kind of connects to some of the things we're talking about. You can watch that, and I will be back in about 45 minutes. So that means roughly about 5:15. So about 5:15, I will be back, and we'll continue talking about the domestic. There's a bunch of stuff to talk about. We have to talk about the illegal aliens entering into America and how that's affecting us and endangering people's lives. About gun control, both for illegal aliens. Illegal aliens are being given more rights than you have. Your rights are being taken away. Illegal aliens' rights are being supplemented. You can't have a gun. Illegal aliens can. We're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk about the primaries, the 2024 primaries, and how that's having an impact on our politics and what's going on with that election status right now. We're going to talk a little bit about RFK Jr. and the news media blackout and how that is denying you your right of choice. and your freedom to choose, and how that may change on Tuesday. We're going to talk a little bit about that. We're going to talk a little bit about, what else do I have up here? Opioids, fentanyl, drugs in America, and how that's affecting you. And there was, there's a few things that we want to go over. Oh, and the predictions for the 2024 election as well. So we're going to be covering a bunch of those things. So we are not done by a long shot. Probably got another 2 hours of the show after we get back, maybe even 2.5. Don't worry. I will be here to answer your questions, to talk about this, and to hear what you have to say. I have no time limit. I'm happy to be here. I'm not MSNBC. You're not restricted to 3 minutes or to 15 minutes or to 30 seconds and a headline. We're here to actually talk. So I hope you can appreciate that, everyone. Like I said, we'll be right back. I know, Con. I hear you. So 45 minutes, about 5:15, folks.
There's going to be the other side that's going to say that all data can be manipulated, but it can be fake, it can be anything. And so people judge who they are. If you're law-abiding and you're a law-abiding gun owner, my grandson's going to be a cop. He has a firearm right now, So I'm just saying that somebody you're going to judge and say, they can't do that to me. Well, then there's other people who are going to say, well, if I'm a victim, I don't care. I don't care if you have a gun because I think there's something wrong with you. And you're going to have that sentiment because the fear has been put in on concerts, Ariana Grande. Look at Las Vegas. That man, you look at those things and then people will point here and there. But the statistics are small. And they use the statistics against.
Well, let me address that because you said a lot. And I want to address it. And this is actually part of the Q&A. And by the way, just so you understand, this is very abridged. I have literally over 9,000 words written about this. This is just an example of some of the research I've done on this. This is all single-spaced, single lines. There are over 80 sources that I have, and I'm continuing to research this. There's more data, and I will provide this to the public and everybody in the press and all of our legislators, and I'm actually sending it out tonight to those legislators so that they can review this, because there is way more, but it just takes too long. So you'll be able to look at it. But I want to answer your question about, as an example, you said, well, Mike, what about Las Vegas? It's an aberration. It happens. Okay, and my answer is, what about Columbine? What about Chicago? What about the incident in San Bernardino? When evil people wish to do something, they have done so, and they've made bombs, which are completely illegal, and they've tried to kill hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of people. Some of these people have tried to do. We cannot stop all forms of evil. That is correct. But at the same time, should we arrest people randomly for no reason because someone's afraid that there's going to be a crime? That's like saying, and if we accept that logic, and I'm not saying anyone should have the fear.
Well, I'm not on that side.
Right. I know. No, but I'm addressing it, and I want to address it because I understand the concern. They're going to ask this, and the answer is, well, you're right. But should we ban every single car in the world? Because I could walk out tomorrow, I'm going to go across the street, and I get hit by a car. Wait a minute. Should we ban or lock up every black man in America? Because there are some black men who sell drugs. There are some black men who use drugs and commit crimes. Then again, there are a bunch of white men, some of them country people, do the same exact thing. Should we lock them up? As a matter of fact, who are we going to stop? When does it stop? And that's the answer to that. We have our laws, which we have put together as a society, saying to ourselves that we are all different people, different cultures and different beliefs, but by this core principle, we believe that individual freedom is the first and most important thing. And it is supported by the amendments that allow us to have certain uniform freedoms and rules to live by. And as long as we live by those rules and those uniform ideas, we have a solid nation that leads the world It is the greatest in the world, with the greatest economy. We're the most powerful. And we have been able to have the most freedom and spread that freedom to other nations. But when we don't do that, well, then we get the anarchy. Then we have world wars. Now, go ahead.
Are you done with your basic presentation?
That's Q&A. Go ahead, ask away.
Then I think Marco Rubio, Jack Reed, and Bill Nelson should have the RTOs filed tomorrow.
What do you mean?
Against
The bill's already been filed.
No, I want the people who pass the legislation to feel the legislation.
Oh, have it enacted against them? Yeah, okay, now I get what you're saying.
Okay?
I understand.
If you did that nationwide, I will guarantee you that there would be a change of attitude.
Technically, you can't.
The question is, have these people exempted themselves?
No. The law does not exempt them. Technically, you could go and
So
make this.
they're all liable to feel the heat. Do it.
Maybe. Maybe, except, remember, what is the key, and I want to go back to something I said before, that happens in all of these laws about the consistent thing that we see in all of the red flag legislation. It's based on, it starts with someone's, almost invariably, someone's emotional response, which has no proof or backup. So yes, you, under that reasoning, you could say, hey, I think we should have Marco Rubio and take all his guns and take his kid. Except, now it's going to go to a judge, and the judge has to agree. Now, do I believe a judge is going to take a senator over you? Probably.
If you watch Marco Rubio on the debate stage, there were times when his emotional stability would be legitimately questioned.
Yes, and you need to get a judge to agree to it. I'm not saying you're wrong. I want you to understand how it separates, and there's a bigger thing to your question. Because it is subjective, because there is no empirical data here, there is no subjective criteria that absolutely says this is someone who is a danger to themselves or others because of X. Because that doesn't exist. We, the law, or someone in the legal system, or a politician, or someone who has whatever preference they want to have, racist, sexist, whatever you would like to call it, can pick and choose and identify people. And one of the things I left out in the data here, because it's a little bit long, the GAO, this is meant, in, when I say Bill A11148, that is the one that's promoted by Governor Cuomo at this time. It has already passed the Assembly. It will be facing the state Senate. This bill says that anyone, virtually anyone except, and maybe you might even be able to include, the janitor in a school can start this process and take your kids away from you because they saw that kid is tired. And they can justify it because you bought a hammer. And 23% of the time, when schools discipline children, they're going to do it 23% more often to those who are minorities than any other group, whether that's black, whether that's females, whether that's Asians or Hispanics. So we're going to have a disproportion. So inherently, this leads itself on several levels to be racist, sexist, and politically biased. And it's perfectly fine by law.
I thought you said that this could be done with the warrant issued post.
That's what I
In
was
the state of
gonna say.
Indiana.
I was just
In
gonna
the
say.
state, and again, I'm dealing with a wide range of these laws. They're very broad. The bill for Indiana is a model, which we believe Representative John Katko is going to use to put onto the floor of Congress, which is retroactive, so they could do it and then come back to you.
At the federal level.
At the federal level. But in New York State, on the state level, and in fact, all of these bills can and are wide open to corruption and abuse of power because it is a subjective court action where you are not present, when there is no one there to protect your interests. There is no one there for you with evidence you'll never see. And often, as I mentioned, in Connecticut, 51% of the time, they're not going to tell you who is doing this or why.
Well, that's a flaw. because the thing is that if you're going to bear false witness against your neighbor,
Yes.
you know, that's why when somebody says, well, let's do it, no, you can't. If you're religious, if you're any religion, you're not going to bear false witness against anyone. And the
Yes.
thing is, if you're going to do it, there should be consequence.
Yes.
I know we want to have hotlines where people are anonymous, but the media and just your phone shows you when people don't have to put their name to bullying or whatever, when there's no consequence, it's easy to accuse.
Yes.
And there has to be some kind of legislation that if you're gonna say so-and-so is a maniac in his house and beating his kids, you better have some real interest in knowing what it is, because you can't just get revenge without any substance. And no matter what's done, even if you don't like the law, at least if you tackle that part, people will bring less accusations that are false if there's consequence.
I agree with you, and that's one of the reasons, amongst many of the reasons I've discussed, and there are many more, that I couldn't even get into. It's a long laundry list, but you're right. False witness, the subjective nature of this, the opportunity for corruption, the consequences of this on so many levels, the fact that it denies due process on multiple levels. I agree with you. Every single red flag, ERPO, extreme risk protection order that I have ever seen, that I've seen so far in every state, are all flawed, I believe unconstitutional, and are ripe to harm individuals, short-term and long-term. Because I haven't even gotten into, and think about this, what is the cost to your reputation? Because the courts just came in with a SWAT team to take your guns, and then they took away your kids. What's going to happen in your community? What's going to happen to your job? What's going to happen when you're going down the street? You have to go, if you ever get your kids back, you have to go back to a school. You think they're going to let you in? What's going to happen with that? There is no conclusion about that.
Well, I think
And if this was all proven false, guess what? You have no recourse there either, because not one state that I have seen has a recourse for this, so that if you were falsely accused and somehow you were able to prove that you were falsely accused after the fact, after they've already punished you, you get a pat on your back and said, well, that's a nice job. Thanks, bye.
Well, I think the libel and the slander laws would commit.
Well, see, that's another thing, is
No.
truth.
It
What
doesn't.
happened to truth? What happened to libel laws?
Well, it was true for that individual when they said that and made the complaint. This is the logic of it. According to several of the attorneys I've spoken to and having addressed these concerns, the answer is the person thought it was true at the time that they made the incident, and there was enough reasonable doubt of whether someone would or would not cause a danger to themselves and others imminently, that we had to do something.
Because people would rather have a mistake than have tragedy.
That's
That's the emotion of it.
That's the emotion. And therefore, because we have an emotion plea, we're willing to do anything to you. But think about that. Is there any other case of any other action where we would say, well, just because you have a very strong emotional feeling, we're going to punish you? And it's okay.
But that's why there's two things going on. First of all, we have judges that they are elected. Many judges and town justices, they are elected, and people don't even vote. And they don't understand how important it is for local politics, that if you're going to have a judge that's going to be there, you need to vote for somebody you think is going to do the right job. So that's one thing, is that when people are going to decide if I'm going to give a warrant, I'm going to give anything, you got to have somebody that have confidence that at least that person is not going to fly out the handle, is not going to be political, and they're not going to do. That's very difficult. But if you don't even try, people are not even trying.
I agree with you. And I'm not saying that you're wrong. This isn't about me saying we can't do anything. I'm doing this because we can do anything.
Exactly.
The fact that the news media, up until today, and I've been trying to get them involved in this since April, when I first found out about this. That's when I first started doing the research and trying to track this down and get more attention. And I've sent information out to every national news media. I have sent it out to every local news media. This is the first time, and I know them. I've been working with them alongside them for years. I've talked to politicians well more than what I put into this article alone about this. This is the first time that anyone's going to have an opportunity outside of here. But let's not wait for the news media, because what they're going to do is they're going to wait until it becomes the SAFE Act again. where you're going to see, you're going to go to sleep, you're going to wake up, and this is going to have been passed. And now you're going to be subject to this, and someone's going to knock on your door. I guarantee you, if we do not spread the word about this, if we do not make an uproar about this, if we allow politicians to just go out there and do whatever they want, if we allow them, the people, to just be reelected blindly without asking them about this and to make sure we understand why they're doing it and that they understand the full set of consequences that come from this, I guarantee what will happen is you will wake up one morning, someone will knock on your door, they will have a warrant in their hand, and they will come into your home, they will take every firearm that you have, if you have a firearm, and they will search your home if you don't have a firearm to find out you don't have a firearm, and in either case, they're going to take your kids if you have kids there, and you're going to suffer professionally, personally, financially because of it.
What if they're after a particular subject? And what if they're after me? My wife has guns.
Doesn't matter. Yes, your wife has, just so everyone hears. So what happens if, okay, I don't have a firearm, but my spouse does, or my roommate, or someone else that's in the house. They have a firearm that's in there. There was a red flag action that was done. Do I have any recourse? No. They still come into the house. They still search the house. They still take the firearms. Let's say that there are 2 firearms in the household. You got a shotgun and a handgun. Your wife has a handgun for her self-protection because she works late at night. You have a shotgun at the home because you want to protect your house from anyone who would try and break in. If for whatever reason, they're coming after the shotgun, that's the stated purpose of the red flag law, they will take the handgun as well. That is part of the action. They will take it on. They will take every firearm first, and then you can have that person try and petition to get it back. And again, you incur thousands of dollars, not including the time off of work and the personal stigma that has been labeled on you to be able to try and get your firearms back.
Well, look how easy it is now that there's so much drug activity, and that's an easy way to enter somebody's home, because you can say, we think drug activity is there, and confiscate whatever you want. It's making an in easier and easier because no one knows what's going on now.
But that's what we have.
Like I say, people can accuse, and it makes these laws.
Oh, I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm saying we have to, that's why we have to make sure we are confronting these politicians and asking them why they have done this and asking them what they're going to do about this. When I ask, and I'm not picking on him politically, please do not take this political. When I spoke to Anthony Brindisi and I asked him about this bill, his answer to me was, Mike, you don't understand what you're talking about, walked away and didn't answer my question. But I did find him through other sources. I found someone who asked a similar bill because they had seen something I had written. And I found his answer, which his answer is, well, it's because it's balanced. There's due process. Has anything I've spoken about said anything about due process? It doesn't. But that's what they're going to tell you every time. We can't allow that to stand. We need to challenge that. And if we don't spread the word, they win. These laws get passed, and the consequences happen. But yes, Tina, you had a question.
The question I have is, the way that you're talking about, like it has to be like a teacher, law enforcement, a coach. Can it be a neighbor?
There's several different bills in their variants. Even in New York State, there are 5 bills. And I personally believe, this is my personal belief, not research, but I believe that that was done because very often you'll see there'll be a very big outcry. If people will get very upset about one specific bill, and then you'll see, okay, that bill gets stopped. And 2 weeks later, another bill that no one talked about because all the energy's done, everyone thought they won, and 2 weeks later, another bill, same version, just on the sideline, get passed. We have 5 of those. They are almost exactly the same with slight variance, and this is true also state by state by state, where there is a variation. In some states and in some versions of the bill, you can have only police officers, a member of the court. There are versions that say someone in the household, which can be how you define a household is another question altogether. Just as we see with the bill with Senator Rubio and Senator Nelson, how you define someone in that household, that's a good question. So, depending on where it is, yes, it can be, I know the main bill that the governor's looking at is, in fact, a temporary, part-time badminton coach, or a kickball coach, or, I don't know, a frisbee golf coach, could in fact start this because they saw your child looks tired, they think that's because you have a bad home, they go to the court, and that starts the process. Yes, that is correct. I've asked every assembly member I could reach about this, they all confirm that is allowed by the law. Every attorney has mentioned to me in citing this law, yes, it is allowed by the law, yes, it can happen like that. It's scary.
Listen, I see all kinds of problems. I think any politician who goes for this should be shot anyway, but let me get into some logistical, legal things here. When you pass a law, it has to come under the umbrella of something like the penal law, the agriculture, it has to come under a law. It can't just be dangling out there by itself, and...
This is under penal law.
Okay, are they classifying felonies, misdemeanors, violations?
This would be under penal law.
How are they're going to have to rewrite the rules of arrest?
No.
This is what you're talking about for the most part.
There are several articles, and if you see, it's in there, and or one of the other sources that I don't have. Several states are at the moment, they're still trying to figure out a system by which to determine for the police to follow. Police don't know how to engage this. It's subjective.
They'll make it up as they go along.
Basically, at this moment,
Didn't you say that half the people weren't arrested and
27%.
charged?
27% never charged, never arrested.
Yeah.
Never taken to a
So
hospital.
therefore they don't have to do what you said. They just go in the house.
Will this be a standalone bill?
Huh? It is a
Or are they gonna
standard.
stick it in as a pork bill?
At this moment, the bills, whether it's
But this is
pending,
in the first place.
I agree.
whether the bill is pending to go into and on the floor of Congress, between the House of Representatives or the Senate, it at the moment is a standalone bill, but that doesn't mean it can't be put in part as a package. In New York State, all 5 of the bills at this moment are individual, but as Assemblywoman Donald Pardo mentioned, the bills for the red flags that the governor's mentioned, and again, because no one ever tells you what the bill numbers are, that's why I keep mentioning the bill number. I don't want to tell you the name. Look up the bill number. This way you can see exactly what I'm talking about. It's A11148. She mentioned that it was initially started as a package for domestic abuse, and then it became its own thing, and it's possible, but they could possibly put it back as part of domestic abuse or as part of gun suicide or the shootings.
That's how they'll get it passed.
You can put it. Yes, sir.
The text for Senate Bill S2607 here kind of addresses, and I know that we're talking about the state,
Yes.
but you know, there's this whole thing going on in the federal government. One has a tendency to model the other. One interesting provision here, it says that this is referring to consideration in making determination that the court may consider relevant evidence such as, okay, the recurring use or threat of physical force against another person or stalking another person. Okay, this starts to open it up.
Well, stop right there. Threat.
Threat.
The threat
Threat.
of, okay, who
It's
determines the
more-
threat? In
it's
stalking, well, that's something we can define, but when I hear or the threat of,
Yeah.
that's an emotion.
It gets worse. It says corroborated evidence of abuse of controlled substances or alcohol by the respondent.
Have a
So,
beer.
Yeah, that guy's had a whole bunch of beers. He was out there saying something. The next thing you know, the whole thing.
You know,
This
once a year, you have one too many beers. I don't know, maybe on New Year's Eve. You go out, you say something stupid, someone steps on your foot, they bump into your wife, whatever the case may be on that crazy evening. You say something, someone else heard it. They've seen you before, maybe they saw a picture of you out hunting or standing next to someone who has a gun, or maybe you support a certain president or you support a certain political party, so they assume that you have a firearm, whether you do or do not, and then they start this process. Yes, that is how this can be abused.
Well, that's a standard question when you go to the doctor now.
Do you have a gun?
drink?
Do you
How
drink if
often
you have a
do you
gun?
drink? Do you have a gun? Do
Yeah.
you do drugs?
There's a lot to this. So I'm glad you're looking into it, but like I said, if I were to go through all the data plus the stuff I didn't include here on what I've learned about this, we would be here for days. But Frank, I know you had a question. I'm going to get to you, Joe.
I just wanted to clarify something. I know there's a lot of questions that everybody's asking about these red flag laws, and everybody's kind of glossing over the main point of them. They're not designed to try and make everybody safe. They're not designed to figure out how to get people.
Oh, I was waiting.
They are designed specifically
For gun
to be abused. It's not going to be a matter of how they're going to be abused, when they're going to be abused, or if they're going to be. They're designed specifically to be abused. Because by the time they come to my house and get my guns, or your house and get your guns, and everybody else starts getting their guns collected, by the time we go to the who are we going to go to? The police that just took our guns out? No, we have to go to a lawyer, and then we have to go to a judge, then we have to go to this court and that court. And before you know it, it's 10, 15, 20 years before the first one of these cases gets heard by the Supreme Court. And in that time, each one of us has been stripped of our civil liberties, stripped of our Second Amendments. We've lost our money, we've lost our jobs, we've lost our
Kids.
reputations. This is designed completely as a go-away around the Second Amendment to take everybody's rights. This is not a matter of if. That is what the design is. And as far as it being a matter of saying, well, is it going to be a teacher or a doctor or somebody that you work with or somebody? Those are what you call interested parties. Eventually, those individual descriptions of who's going to be allowed to make those reports is going to be subjected to interested parties. Eventually, it will be converted into disinterested parties because that's not going to be a part of the law as verbatim written. Those are going to be parts of regulations. And the regulations don't have to be voted on independently. They can get changed at the source after the vote is taken and we have no recourse.
The bottom line is this is an attack on guns.
This is
Well,
an
no, it's
attack-
bigger than that. It's way bigger than that.
This is an attack completely and totally on the entirety of the Bill of Rights.
Yep.
Yeah, this takes, remember, we're talking about, and there are applications in this, and you don't see it here. Part of the research that I was doing is the fact that this applies to the First Amendment as well. This applies to the Second Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth. And you stole my thunder a little bit there, Frank, because I was going to wait for everybody to. I was waiting until there was a little less steam and just ask everyone. You notice every question we're asking about, you know what we're not asking about? How many people are being saved? Who's being saved? Are they being saved? How are we able to stop a mass shooting this way? Because the answer, I think we all can reasonably understand, is highly unlikely. Maybe, as the data has shown, and there's only been 2 studies that have been done on this, maybe we're able to save 1 person from suicide for every 20 people's guns and lives that we destroy. But wait a minute, what are we trading there? Yes, and it's important. Let's save a life. But let's destroy 19 other lives to be able to do that. Is that a fair trade-off? Because that's part of the discussion that if we're going to do this, let's have that discussion. But they're not having that. Are we able to save lives? Most likely not. But we're not having that discussion because that's not what the bill is really for. That's just the way we sell the bill. Because its purpose doesn't match that. It doesn't do what it's stated to do. And it's not how it's used. One second. But in the back.
Yeah, a couple of questions. Number one.
A little louder.
Couple of questions. Number one, as far as, say, medicated people, Ritalin, whatever, could that actually pull the trigger on this law as well? If someone is prescribed, according to the 1967 Gun Control Act as well?
It could, depending on the medications that are being used and prescribed, how they're being taken. Again, that adds to the potential threat. Obviously, you can have a court which is not supposed to, but again, this law is not very clear on this in any state, that if you're taking a psychoactive drug, which there's all kinds of drugs that would fall under that category, then you're someone who is not capable of not being a threat to someone. That potential threat always exists. So therefore, if you take medication that has any psychoactive side effect to it whatsoever, theoretically you are a danger. And theoretically that justifies the whole process. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and the other thing is, I found it interesting that Frank mentioned about the abuse or the potential abuse. If everybody remembers, right after the SAFE Act was passed, everybody had the right to carry the assault weapons. And right after the date that you had to have them registered, the New York Post actually reported the gun confiscations that were going on in New York State. Oh yeah, New York State they will abuse this.
Well, everyone can abuse it. Not just, and again, this is not just New York, although this is imminent for us, and I guarantee you, if we don't talk about this, if we don't spread this around, by the end of this year, it will be passed, because it's going to the state senate this fall. As soon as we get in September, it's going there.
And you have to say, who is doing it? Who is doing it?
Governor Cuomo, the assembly, I believe the vote was 108 to 30. 32 was, no, excuse me, it was 108 to 30 in the assembly.
Cuomo pass a law.
He doesn't, he's advocating for it. And he's an
It doesn't
advocate.
matter who is actually doing it.
The New York
You gotta
State
give
Assembly.
names and you gotta ask questions to
Well,
these
I'm
people.
telling you, the New York, I can tell you, the New York State Assembly voted on it, 108 of the individuals I was able to speak with. We can tell you that Donald Parles voted for it twice. We've seen that Clifford Crouch voted for it once. We see that Anthony Brindisi voted for it twice. If you want somewhere to start, there you go. There's 3 people. They are in this local area. They serve us. There's your people to start with. And there are Democrats and Republicans. I'm not saving anyone. And I do have several other articles on this. I know that there are at least 11 individuals who are rated A rating by the NRA who voted for at least one of these versions of these bills. And in that article, which was from June, you can go to my website. I'll be happy to give people that information. You can look it up. I have their names. I have their.
People have to go to look for the truth, and they shouldn't have to. When you see them on TV, you see this side saying blah, 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 A, B, C, D equals this. And then you have the other side saying, no, that's not true. What happened to you know what? Oprah went on trial because they thought she said something against the beef industry. Okay, she had to go to Texas because she thought she said against something. Why are we allowing these politicians to lie?
I can tell you, I have an answer for that. And I've said it many, many times before, in many formats.
I don't care who it is.
Well, it doesn't matter who it is. I don't care if you want to vote for Green Party, you want to vote for conservatives, Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians. I could care less. If you have a reason for a vote, I don't care who you vote for because that's your reason, it's your right. So go for it. I just want people to have a reason for it. I'm going to get to in 1 second this. But to answer your question, who's letting these politicians lie to put up badly written laws that can be manipulated and will create corruption? How's this happening? We're voting for them. There's an 88, actually, in the House of Representatives, it's 88%, and in the state Senate, it's 92% re-election rate automatically every time. And in the state side of it, on the state assembly and the state Senate, that number is far, far higher. We almost always automatically re-elect a person, and it is almost the same odds of being elected out of office as it is to die in office. And that's because people do not stop. And as I said, and since April, I have been talking about this. I have written at least 7 articles about it. I have at least about 5 hours of conversation and podcasts about this. I have gone to politicians and news agencies about this. And we're just starting to get some traction. If we don't, and that's why, and I've said it several times tonight, we must ask them why are they doing this and what we don't like about this and why it shouldn't be passed. And if we do not speak to these politicians, if we do not become aware, if we allow any of these 5 bills to pass, ultimately, at the end of the day, that's because we let it. We are the power of the nation. That's why I started off with the Constitution, the preamble, the Bill of Rights. because we are the power of this. And throughout this process of these red flag laws, they count on the fact that people have forgotten. We are the power. We control this government. We tell the only reason that they could possibly pass a red flag law that says that because someone else has an emotional day and doesn't like me, for whatever reason they want, and they don't like guns, or my guns in particular, for whatever reason, the only reason why they can get away with that illogical argument and then have a force of law acted upon me without a crime being committed is because the voters of any particular state that may have occurred in allowed it to.
We put a kid in a corner for a while, and we don't put these politicians accountable.
We can make them accountable. We vote. But, and again, I'm not telling you who to vote for, who not to vote for, how to vote.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everybody. Hello and thank you. We are back. That's right. We are back. And I'm happy to be here with you again. As I told you, we were going to be here 5:15. Oh, and I made it just in time, did I not? Literally, I just walked back in the door. So there is something to be said for that. Now, we have been talking about a few things. Now, let me explain why. I know we were talking about domestic issues, as I mentioned, and we have been talking a little bit about how the Biden administration's policies on immigration have been a joke. Actually, let's be honest, they're worse than a joke. They've led to the death of individuals throughout America. In particular, there's obviously Laken Riley, not Lincoln, Laken. I know Joe Biden got it wrong during the State of the Union. Laken Riley, who was killed by an illegal alien who had been arrested in New York City and also in Georgia before they committed the murder of Laken Riley, a young woman, a student at University of Georgia. Unnecessary, absolutely preventable, absolutely preventable. There are the police officers who were beat up in New York City by the 11 illegal aliens, completely preventable. Did not need to happen. And so I bring that up, and there's also, of course, this case, which I have here, which is, oh no, this is the woman who got caught at the border. No, I'll talk about that a little bit later. Where is it? Oh, and here it is, most recently. Here's the article I was looking for. The migrants overpowering Texas National Guard, tearing down the border fence. Now, this was on March 21st, 3 days ago. And we know that the problem isn't just the roughly 8 million illegal aliens that came into America. Some of them might be very good people for very good reasons. But it's not just a joke that you can work as an illegal alien across the street from the Department of Homeland Security, as we showed you before the break, but we're seeing that these individuals are violent. They're violently breaking laws in the United States, and they are endangering individuals' lives. This is a big deal. They're attacking members of our government, our National Guard, our military on our border, destroying parts of our border. This is a big deal. This is a big problem that we're having to deal with. And this isn't good for anyone because it's, again, a lack of respect. If they can break one law, what law can't they break? If they can pick and choose which laws are going to apply to them, then no laws apply to them. And that is a massive problem. And this is directly from the Biden administration. This is the consequence of their open border policy. And as much as they want to promise you, no, they've got it under control. No, it's not a problem. It's okay. No one is illegal. That isn't true. Yes, it may make some progressives feel good, and I'm glad if you feel better, but the fact is, America isn't better because of it. Your feelings aren't equaling safety for the American people. It's not equaling a better economy. New York, Chicago, Boston, LA are going bankrupt. Colorado, Boulder, Colorado, going bankrupt because of the inflow of illegal aliens into the United States. And we know a lot of the individuals that are coming into our country, not only are they breaking the gates down, not only are they attacking our border guards, but we know that a lot of them are coming from countries that, when we hear the words, oh, you're just a racist. No, it's not about racism. It's about the fact that, I believe it's this one. Yep. Nope, that's not the one. Where is it? There it is. We know that these individuals, some of them very well dressed, some of them seeming to be oddities. These, like this woman who was found at the border wearing a very expensive Canada Goose jacket and a $1,500 iPhone. This is not what you would call the biggest, the impoverished people. These are all Asians, as you can tell, individuals from Southeast Asia. And we know that there's been over 24,000 Chinese migrants that have come into America, a 7,000% increase prior to, that's just in 2023, 7,000% more Chinese migrants entering America. They're more than the number of Mexicans coming into America. They're only second to Colombians entering America illegally, which were 28,000 Colombians, 21,000 nationals. That's this fiscal year. That's 2024 entering America. Not 2023, not all of them from 2021 until 2024. No, that's just in this year alone. And we've seen this spike. This is what the chart looks like. Chinese migrants. When they tell you you're an Islamophobe because it's brown people, that's a lie. The problem isn't just brown people. It's illegal immigrants from country after country after country. Chinese migrants. This is coming from the Daily Mail in the United Kingdom. You aren't seeing this on CNN. MSNBC isn't telling you about this. The New York Times downplays this on a regular basis because you won't vote Democrat if you were aware of this. If you are being told that the lie that it's about brown people at our southern border, that's a lie. It's not real. It's about the law. It's about the violations of our law. It's about destroying our property and endangering us. We don't know who just crossed the border. When we saw that these migrants rushed the National Guard, destroyed the fence, went through all of the concertina wire, the barbed wire, when they entered as a bum rush into America, hundreds, if not thousands of individuals, we don't know who they are. Were they a criminal? Were they a member of ISIS or Al-Qaeda or the Taliban? Were they some terrorist from somewhere in the world? Were they agents of a communist nation? Are they just criminals, like from Haiti, part of that 4,000 that were released from the prisons that made it into America and decided to the southern border and forced their way into America? You don't know. Could there be another individual who's going to try and murder another American citizen, just like they did with Laken Riley, or attack our police for daring to enforce the law like they did in New York City at 42nd Street? You don't know. What we do know is, but even if they are a confirmed violent felon in their country and in the United States, if they make it to New York, Chicago, California, Boston, Boulder, Colorado in general, then they're home free. Sanctuary cities, sanctuary states, they're going to be protected and they will be treated better than you and me. This is the Biden policy domestic. This is how they're protecting you by allowing these illegal aliens to break the law repeatedly, not just in entering the nation by violence, but entering our nation and endangering American citizens. Now, I know what the counter argument is to that. And the counter argument is, but Mike, it's not everyone. It's not all of the illegal aliens. Yeah, but it's some of them. And that's a problem. Which is why we have to have it under control. Which is why, like every nation on the planet, there are laws for legal migration. And there's a big difference. That's what Democrats hate to have to point out, that there's a difference between following the law and breaking the law. They don't like to make that difference when we talk about Antifa and the autonomous zones, but they absolutely don't like talking about it when it comes to legal migration and illegal aliens. Individuals that broke every single one of our laws and don't care about our laws, that they want you to pay for with your taxes. But it gets even worse than just paying for them with our taxes. Even though they're breaking our laws, even though they're breaking into our country, where is it? I have it here. I have too many tabs. Too many tabs. Where is it? No. We know, oh God, I thought I had it right up here with me. We know that, oh, there it is. There it is. Not only are they being given $60,000 a year per illegal alien, that's New York State. That's why we're losing $5 billion in New York City alone to illegal aliens. $5 billion. The city is bankrupt and infrastructure is breaking because of the number of illegal aliens, over 150,000. In fact, the most recent number I saw was 181,000 illegal aliens in New York City, breaking everything, costing $5 billion because we're giving them $60,000 a year. We're giving them 3- and 4-star hotels. We're giving them prepaid cards to pay for their food and to go out and buy clothes and have a great time on your taxpayer dime. And on top of that, we now have judges put in place by Barack Obama, progressive judges who are creating their own version of law. They are now telling that these illegal aliens can carry a gun, point the gun at you, fire the gun at you, and they're okay. That's not a crime for them. You think I'm kidding? This is from the Center for Immigration Studies based on the most recent testimony in U.S. versus Carbajal Flores. That's the case in U.S. District Court, the Northeastern District of Illinois. And Judge Shannon Coleman made the decision. She was put in place by Obama. And this is what happened. And again, links will be after the show. You'll be able to see the links and read this for yourself. But what happened is this illegal alien claims that someone in 2000, it was in 2020, he was given a gun. In 2020, he was given a gun. Someone said, hey, here's a gun. You need to protect yourself. He doesn't mention who. Some stranger walked up to him and gave them his gun. I don't think that's real. I don't think that happened. But after he was given this gun by someone, don't know who, for some reason we don't know, he was out in front of his property, out in the public. He stepped into a crosswalk. A white car drove through the intersection, which he is in. The car did not try to hit him. The car was not attacking him. They made no reference to him. He decided to shoot at the car. A car was crossing the intersection. He started shooting at the car. Supposedly, in warning shots. He's shooting at the car, which is supposed to be a warning, not in the air, not into the ground. He's shooting at the car, at human beings, at civilians. God knows who's in the background. He's shooting at people, and that's a warning, according to him. He then pulled, and this is after he fired several times, then again, another car was driving past him. Again, these are cars that are driving past him. They're not trying to hit him. This isn't like BLM blocking off the streets. They're driving past him. It didn't stop. It didn't swerve. And as the car was driving past him, he kept pulling the trigger. He was shooting at another car, supposedly in defense. Defending himself from what? We don't know. But he was pulling the trigger and it did not fire. The gun had jammed. The only reason why he wasn't shooting people in a car as they drove past him is because the gun jammed. Now, this happened in 2020, and we all know the BLM riots were everywhere. Cities were being burned down like Minneapolis, and we had CNBC and MSNBC telling us that don't worry, it's mostly peaceful. Don't mind the arson in the background. Don't worry about the dead body in the building that was set on fire for arson. Don't think about that. Don't think about people like David Dorn or Jessica Whitaker, or the two children over at the Chaz, the Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone, that were killed, the 8-year-old that was killed in Atlanta's Autonomous Zone. Don't think about any of that. No, it's all okay. So I'm not saying it wasn't a bad night. 2020. This is June of 2020. I have no doubt it was a dangerous time in Chicago. But that doesn't authorize anyone to randomly shoot at cars as they're passing by. But this illegal alien who was picked up, endangering the lives of the public and defensively shooting at people, this guy who's an illegal alien doesn't have a right to own a firearm. Yeah, they're now saying, no, it's not a crime. If I or you took out a gun and pointed it at people, you would go to jail. In New York State, I'm going to jail. If in New York State you pull out a gun and people see it, you're going to jail. Period. Doesn't matter if you have a concealed carry or not. They call that, I believe, malice in the second degree. They saw the gun. Oh my God, my feelings got hurt. You got to go to jail. Just because they saw the gun. Then he pointed the gun. Reckless endangerment. He then fired the gun at human beings that were not assaulting him. His life was not in danger. And he started pulling the trigger. That's called reckless endangerment. That's attempted murder. And it wouldn't be in the second degree. That's intentional attempted murder. He's firing a firearm at human beings in a car, and his life was not being threatened. And then a second car comes by and he fires at them. Again, the same charges, twice. And he's being let free. He's okay because he's an illegal alien. And they're going to say, well, everyone has the right to the Second Amendment. I don't think that's true. And I was saying that on Friday. I was talking about this with the Liberty First Foundation. And I have several of my friends there at the Liberty First Foundation are really, really knowledgeable individuals. In particular, individuals like Frank Johnson, very smart man, a registered New York State firearms instructor. And also, a little bit later in the show, there was, of course, Mike Marshall. Another very intelligent man, a constitutionalist, far better than myself, knows the Constitution far, far better. And with both of these men, we went over and we were talking with the audience. Does the Second Amendment apply to illegal aliens, not non-citizens? See, and this is again how the Democrats like to play these games. How they're giving your rights away, taking your rights away and giving it to the illegal aliens. Women in America, in New York State, as an example, in much of the blue states, cannot get a firearm. Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, when she put in H.R. 127, it specifically targeted poor people and women to deny them the ability to defend themselves. In New York State, Kathy Hochul has been playing tag with the Supreme Court, trying to take away the rights of legal, law-abiding citizens that have concealed carry permits and denying them the right to be able to protect themselves. And no crime has been committed by these individuals. These are law-abiding actual citizens, and they have been denied their rights. But now you have the Obama administration, judges from the Obama administration, progressives who are saying, oh, no, but illegal aliens, they get the right. They can carry a gun all day long. They can point the gun at you, a citizen. They can shoot at you, a citizen, and it's okay. Because Second Amendment. No. Let's be very serious. The Second Amendment applies to American citizens, not illegal aliens. Not only because they're not citizens, but also because they're criminals. They have already violated the United States law. See, when you look at your gun permits, one of the key things is, are you a violent criminal? Have you had a violent past? We see this in lots of legislation from Democrats. They say, well, people who are abusers, whether it's sexual abuse or abuse of their wives, their spousal abuse, we see Democrats constantly saying, well, they can't have a firearm. They're violent individuals. They have lost the right. That's what the left likes to say. Well, what about the illegal aliens? What about individuals just like in this case that happened, that was being judged this week? And we see that this guy in Chicago was shooting at American citizens, and he has a right to have a gun? What about the illegal aliens that just broke through our southern border? They tore down the fence. They assaulted our National Guard. Do they have a right? They're violent criminals. They acted in violence. What about the ones that beat up the New York City police officers? What about the one that killed Laken Riley? They're all violent. Do they get the right to have a gun? Because it seems that the left is trying to play both sides of this. They're trying to confuse the situation. This is something that Senator Marco Rubio was pointing out, that they're trying to confuse people on what the Second Amendment is, just like they do when they say that the Second Amendment only applies to target shooting and hunting, which it never says. It has nothing to do with recreation or hunting. That's not in the Second Amendment. It's never stated in the Second Amendment. It's about protecting yourself, your property, your family from the government and other individuals as an American citizen. It is targeting citizens, and it is targeting individuals who are lawful citizens. But the left wants to confuse you. They want you to be jumping through their hoops. They're trying to change the definitions so that they can then say what they absolutely want is, well, if an illegal alien can't have it and they're a person, well, then they can't have a gun. Then no one can have a gun. No, it's not the same thing. The 5-foot-tall woman walking home at 11 o'clock at night because she had to go to a job. She works the second shift here in New York City and has to go through a crime-ridden community because every one of the Democrat strongholds, all the Democrat cities are crime-ridden strongholds. She's coming home. She wants to protect herself from these people that keep getting released because of prison reform and no bail. They keep getting released to commit more and more crimes. She needs to protect herself. That is not the same thing as somebody who broke into our country and or committed further acts of criminality and crime in our country. No, they are not equivalent. They're not the same thing. Does anyone disagree with me on this? Does anyone think I misunderstand that I'm not understanding the facts of the case? Or does anyone think I'm misrepresenting the way that Democrats are treating this as two different things. American citizens don't have the right to have a gun. We know this. Look at what the laws they have passed. 22,000 laws at the local, state, and federal level about trying to take away the Second Amendment rights, about limiting. How many times have you heard the Democrats tell us that a well-regulated militia isn't just average American citizens, that you are not an individual, you don't get to have a gun? They've told us this over and over again, and now they want to say, because illegal immigrants, a group they value, a group they invited into our country illegally, individuals that they excuse the criminality of, and again, they're criminals. They broke our law. They came into our country without authorization. They are criminals. Because they favor those criminals, because they want those criminals, they're willing to break the law. They're changing the entire Constitution to bend over backwards for people it doesn't apply to. Because of their feelings. Because they feel like that would be the nice thing to do. Because they feel like if it doesn't apply to illegal aliens, well then of course it can't apply to American citizens, which is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's apples and oranges. But they want it to sound like it's all the same. They want you to feel like it's the same. Because in their mind, they're starting with, there's no difference between an illegal alien and an American citizen. They're exactly the same thing. No, they're not. That's why they can't vote. Well, they're saying, well, yeah, of course, illegal aliens can vote too. No, they can't. They're not American citizens. They're criminals from the start. Start at the root. They committed a crime. Boom, they're criminals. Start there. They may continue to commit crimes like evading prosecution by the law for their initial crime. That is also a crime. So every illegal alien has at least two crimes that they've committed: breaking and entering and evading prosecution, evading the legal consequences of their first crime. Those are both crimes. They're double criminals on a federal level. Oh, but we're not supposed to count that. That's not supposed to matter, because Democrats feel like it's okay to not count those rules. And when they feel like that, then we find out that we have 172 known or suspected terrorists that entered into America just last year alone. We know that at least a few of them have decided, and actually, what was it? Last week I was telling you about one of the ones caught by the FBI who was planning to come to New York to build bombs. So they're perfectly fine with letting in this flood of individuals that are not being checked, that are committing crimes, and some of them are terrorists, and they want to commit acts of terror on U.S. soil. Oh, you forgot about the Hezbollah agent who tried to enter the southern border so he could go to New York, so that he could bomb people. He admitted this. It was published. It was in the news. We covered it last week. Oh, yeah, but you're supposed to forget about that. You're not supposed to think of Laken Riley when we're talking about these illegal criminals. We're not supposed to consider the fact that this illegal alien was waving around a gun, intimidating people, a gun that he illegally took possession of. He was not legally owning this gun. So yet another crime. He had illegal possession of a firearm. He was recklessly handling that firearm. He was shooting at American citizens without his life being in danger. These are crime after crime after crime. And they're saying, no, it's okay. None of that matters because no one's an illegal alien and it's all okay. He has brown skin, so the law doesn't apply to him like it applies to everyone else. He's not an American citizen, but he gets every right and more than American citizens get. Because in Chicago, where this took place, you can't get a handgun. Try and get a handgun. They have every single Second Amendment restriction, all the gun control that Democrats dream about, that they get all giddy about. For everywhere else in the country, all of them exist in Chicago. Every single one. And this guy would not have been able, if he was an American citizen, he couldn't get a handgun. He would have been arrested for illegal possession of a firearm in the same situation. but he's an illegal alien. So now they're changing the rules for this illegal alien. Why? Why? I think that's an important question. Graham says, what is the limit of the Second Amendment? Should a person be legally allowed to keep their own explosives? Yes. An American citizen? Yes. A law-abiding American citizen? Yes, they should. If you want to... Here's the thing. I've mentioned this before on the channel, and people don't... It doesn't always sink in, or people aren't aware of it. You, as an American citizen, you can own a flamethrower, you can own a rocket launcher, you can own a tank, you can own an F-16. And there are Americans that own all of those things. You can own mines. That is legal. Now, mind you, there is a different license. It's a federal Type 1 license, and it is highly regulated. But the same thing about machine guns. You can own a machine gun. In fact, in New York State, 34,000 New York residents, New York American citizens, own a machine gun. In New Jersey, it's 14,000 residents, American citizens in New Jersey, own a machine gun. That's a fact. Every state, there are Americans who own machine guns in every single state. It's perfectly legal. That is actually the quote-unquote assault weapon, an automatic firearm. Yeah, there are Americans that have that. It's not a rifle. We're talking about a machine gun. Actual machine guns, Tommy guns, yeah, all of that. M60s, like in Rambo, yeah. So you can own these things. You can own an F-16. You can own a tank. There are people who own Sherman tanks, and they drive them. They're functional. You can own that. You can own a cannon. And in fact, unlike Joe Biden, who misleads and lies to the American people on a regular basis, you could own a cannon the day that America was created, the day we got the Constitution. You could own a cannon, and people did own cannons. You could own a machine gun, because they did exist at that time. It's called the Pucker machine gun. It existed, and people owned them. Individuals owned them. So yes, you can. And can you own explosives? Yes, you can. Law-abiding citizens can own that. Where do we draw the line? Nuclear weapons? Absolutely. Mass disrupt. Let's say weapons of mass destruction. Okay? And that's not a handgun. That's not a firearm. We're talking about fuel air bombs. We're talking about nuclear weapons. Yeah, that's a reasonable limit. The damage is incalculable. It cannot be controlled. Once it is released, it is the damage, the death toll of innocents, remarkable, uncountable. It is indiscriminate in the damage that it would do. Weapons of indiscriminate damage like that, I'm absolutely, okay, I'm willing to draw the line there. I know many people who are Second Amendment advocates that say, no, I can have a nuclear bomb. And I understand the reasoning for that, because looking at the Second Amendment as it is written, yes, technically, you can own a nuclear bomb. But I'm willing to draw the line at indiscriminate damage. Something that once fired cannot determine a target and just has mass attack against everyone. Innocent civilians that have nothing to do with the conflict. If you're robbing me, if you're trying to mug me, I can't use a nuke to take you out, because I'm going to affect other innocent American citizens that have nothing to do with the mugging that's trying to take place. You don't do that. So there is a difference there. I think that's where our guiding line is. Does it do indiscriminate damage to individuals who have no knowledge and no interaction with any individual conflict? And if that weapon would do that, then, okay, we can talk about a restriction there. That's a very different argument than what Democrats are saying. And again, the Democrats are only saying that to American citizens. They're not saying that to illegal aliens who are criminals, who have violated the law, that continue to evade the law, and they're willing to give them the firearms. Some of them, even though they're violent and or terrorists. Graham asks another question. What if the nuclear battery required to power the mech suit okay, we're talking a little bit of like Warhammer 40K. This is straight out of some manga or anime. Okay, but let me go with it. It's your example, so we'll go with it. What if the nuclear battery required to power a mech suit can be used as a nuclear explosive? Should a person be able to legally own their own nuclear battery, their own mech suit? Okay, you're talking about Fallout. Okay, fine. Here's my answer to that in that scenario. And again, I'm a near absolutist. An absolutist follows the words and goes and takes it to its logical consequence. I am not an absolutist on the Second Amendment or the First Amendment. I'm a near absolutist. It's almost always unlimited right. So in your example of the Fallout mech suit, yes, you can own a Fallout mech suit. You could wear this body armor, automated body armor, whether it's from Day After Tomorrow with Tom Cruise, or whether it's the mech suits in Fallout. Absolutely, you can own it. Not the nuclear battery. It would have to be powered by something else. Again, the nuclear battery is a nuclear bomb. And because it's a nuclear bomb, the nuclear weapon is indiscriminate and attacks individuals that have nothing to do with the conflict at hand. They are bystanders, they are civilians, they are not combatants, and therefore I would say no. You could have the mech suit. I have no problem. Own the mech suit, own the Gatling gun, own the rocket launcher. I got no problem with that. I have a problem with the nuke. There's the difference. So I hope that answers that a little bit for you. Should you be able to own your own battle suit? Absolutely. Should it be powered by a nuclear weapon? No. But should you have them, if you can make the mech suit work, fantastic. There's no difference between that Fallout mech suit, that fictional piece of future tech, than a tank. And people own tanks right now. People own F-16s right now. They just happen to be law-abiding American citizens. We have over 700, roughly 750,000 Americans own machine guns right now. Do you know when the last time a machine gun, an actual machine gun, not what Democrats imagine looks like a machine gun, but an actual machine gun. Do you know the last time that there was a machine gun used? It was 1986. There have been four times that a machine gun has been used to commit crimes in America since 1932. Oh, people are amazed. Yeah, since 1932, since the St. Valentine's Day Massacre, and we then enacted the National Firearms Act in 1932, there have been 4 times that someone has used a machine gun to commit a crime in America. 4. The last time was about 30, almost 40 years ago. So let's think about that. Machine gun. It's not because people don't have machine guns. They do. It's not because people don't have tanks or they don't have F-16s. They do. They have rocket launchers. They have bazookas. They have flamethrowers. They have mine layers. These things are in America, legally owned as we speak. No one uses them. So the problem isn't the firearm. It's the person using the firearm. And when the person using the firearm is waving around the gun and firing at vehicles without their life being endangered, maybe they shouldn't have a gun. Does that make sense? Tony Z says, love the intro. Hey, thank you. Thank you for liking that. Just a compilation of a bunch of things that I've done over the years. Graham says, who gets the monopoly on nuclear batteries? The government? The military? Well, the government is the military. They're the same thing. And yeah, that's something that I do believe the government can regulate. Again, I have limitations. Now, other people may have a difference of opinion because of the way the law, the amendment, the Second Amendment actually reads. And I'm perfectly fine. If someone says, Mike, but the Second Amendment says I can have a nuclear weapon. It does. It does, in fact, say that you can have a nuclear weapon, just like it says you can have a tank or you can have a mech suit. It does say that. But I believe in having, I think, an weapon of mass indiscriminate damage is something that should be restricted beyond any one individual. No one person should have the right to just fire those off. Now, that's my opinion. That's my compromise on the Second Amendment. And that's where my compromise ends. If you're not talking about nuclear weapons or chemical weapons or fuel air bombs, if you're not talking about the mother of all bombs, if you're not talking about something of that magnitude, then no. I don't think the government should be involved at all. I don't think they have a right to stop me from owning a firearm as an American, and keywords, American citizen, a law-abiding American citizen. The moment you take out law-abiding, we have a problem. The moment you take out citizen, we have a problem because the laws don't apply. It's the same thing as, well, Mike, it's for everyone. You're born with the right. Yes, you are. Not every government recognizes that. Not every culture recognizes that. People haven't been raised and lived in that culture of that freedom. You cannot go to Britain and have freedom of speech. Do I think freedom of speech applies to everyone? Sure. Can I go to Britain and say whatever I want about the Queen or the King? No, you cannot. Why? They have laws. Oh, but I have the right by birth to say whatever I want. I'm an American citizen. Fantastic. And I go to another country and that doesn't apply. Rules matter. Laws matter. The fact that we recognize it doesn't mean everyone else recognizes it, nor do they know how to wield that right responsibly if they have never been taught that. There is a difference. I know some people will say, but Mike, I don't like that. You don't have to like it. That is the legal distinction, and that has been the legal distinction up until Obama progressive judges are trying to mess with the Second Amendment. And they're doing it specifically so that they can take away your right to the Second Amendment. These are evil people doing some really wicked stuff, because I want you to understand that these are the same people that last night, yesterday, March 23rd, they came out. U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland yesterday came out and passed a National Extreme Risk Protection Order Resource Center. This is otherwise known as red flags, ERPOs, which is why during the break I was playing my conversation about the questions about what are red flag laws, how do they affect individuals. And by the way, that is based on a report that I presented to the New York State Legislature, in particular the New York State Senate. I presented it to several New York State senators, a report that took me 6 months to review, over 150 different sources. I spoke to the state of Connecticut. I spoke to the state of Indiana, getting their AG to respond in writing, addressing my concerns and my questions about red flag laws, and looking at that time, all 16 states that had passed red flag laws and every single one of those laws. And there are certain things that are absolutely consistent in every single red flag law. And so that, during the break, you heard me doing that Q&A. It's answering based on all of that research, all of that information, all of those primary sources, states themselves, the laws themselves, and conversations with over a dozen different lawyers across the country, including in Washington, D.C., including a lawyer who right now is actually running for the New York 22nd District, the New York 24th District, or is it the New York 19th? New York's changing it. A lawyer who's running for Congress in New York State right now. Even conversed with him, and he happens to be a Democrat. So I was talking to people, Democrats, Libertarians, I was talking to Republicans. I was talking to members of elected office. I spoke to assembly members, state senators about this. That's where I got all that information. And I can tell you, there is no national red flag law. Every time it has been proposed, whether by Democrats or Republicans, it has been shot down, which is a good thing. I don't care about Marco Rubio's version of it. I don't care about the Democrats' version of it. Red flag laws are horrendous. They destroy the Second Amendment. They destroy the Fourth Amendment. They take away your Eighth Amendment rights. They take away the 14th Amendment rights. They destroy your rights. They are horrendous. It is the worst legislation I have ever seen. Why? Because it does not protect the public, and it also, at the very same time, takes away your rights. It takes away your due process. It punishes you for owning a firearm without ever committing a crime. That is the one thing every red flag law that has ever been proposed or actually enacted in every state, in all 21 states and Washington, D.C., they do not require an actual crime. Oh, they like to leave that out when they talk about it. The Democrats talk about this. When the anti-Second Amendment crowd talks about it, they leave out there is no crime. Red flag laws do not require crime. They will punish you as if you violated, as if you committed a crime, but there is no actual crime. You never go to court. There is no one on your side. You are presumed guilty, and until you are proven innocent, if you actually get to the courtroom, of which 80% of all red flag cases don't even get to a courtroom. You never face your accuser. You never, 80% of the time, you don't show up in court. You just lose your property, you lose your rights, and you are stigmatized in your community and then ostracized. It's all about punishing. And now the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, decided yesterday to take your tax money and to reward the states that are punishing American citizens. And this is a problem. There have been well over 1,600 New York residents, over 5,000 members of Connecticut that have had their firearm, their Second Amendment rights taken away from them by force by the government, by the state governments. We know this for a fact. It is documented. We know that. And not one of them have been charged with the crime. Not one. And now Merrick Garland, the Biden administration, are going to reward them for the list of all those American citizens that had their rights taken away from them without ever committing a crime, and he is going to give them $238 million to each of those states for taking away American citizens' rights without a crime. No crime has been committed. And he's going to take your tax dollars to say, thank you for taking away American citizens' rights. This is such a great idea. He thought this was so important that they published it on a Saturday, not Monday through Friday. They didn't make an announcement. They didn't have a press briefing. He did this on a Saturday when you weren't paying attention. How great is it? How confident must he be that he slipped this through on the weekend when no one was paying attention, when no one was awake? He did it first thing. It was about 8 a.m. on Saturday morning that he made this announcement, and none of the mainstream news media covered it. None of the mainstream news media was talking about this. They all ignored this story. It wasn't something that you would have noticed. I ran into this story by accident because I cover the Second Amendment on a regular basis, because I'm very involved on red flag laws. So I accidentally found out about this because I didn't even know it came out. And I'm a political news junkie, political commentator. I do this on a regular basis. And I didn't know about it. The Second Amendment, very many people I speak with in the Second Amendment community, they didn't know this came out. Nobody knew about it because it was done to hide it from you. That your tax money, hundreds of millions of dollars of your taxes are being used to punish you. And they're going to reward the states. New York State is going bankrupt because of the illegal aliens they are allowing into this country. And they're getting a reward of part of that $238 million for taking away your rights. And they're desperate for money. Remember, New York City alone is losing $5 billion to illegal aliens. They are desperate to get the money. They need more money because there are more illegal aliens coming. Because they have opened the border and they're not closing it. They're not telling the illegal aliens to stay away. They didn't say, the law says you're going to be deported. They will not deport these people. Even when they commit crimes, they release them. The 11 illegal aliens beating up the police in New York's in 42nd Street, New York, on video in broad daylight, they were all released within 2 hours. 5 of them ran away and were allowed to leave New York State. They went to California under new names. Think about that. So this is only about punishing you, the American citizen, who dares to own a firearm. By the way, that would be half of America. 1 out of 2 Americans own a firearm. And the biggest group of individuals who are getting firearms for the first time in their life, women, black women in particular, are the fastest growing group of new gun owners who are getting trained about having a firearm to protect themselves from the crime that these red flag laws do not stop. There has been no reduction in any state. There is not a single state in the nation that has reduced its crime gun violent crime, because of red flag laws. Not one. Not only do I know that there's no study for that because I keep searching and no one has published a single study that even assumes that that has happened, the fact is that not one Democrat in any state, in all 21 states and Washington, D.C., where they have passed red flag laws, is running on a campaign saying, see, I passed a red flag law and now you're safe. Not one. They would brag to high heaven. They would not be running around shoving this in the face of everyone who believes in the Second Amendment. They would be screaming at conservatives, Republicans, and libertarians saying, see, the red flag laws work. It's okay to punish people without committing a crime. They would love to be able to say that, and they can't. And red flag laws have been around since 1999. So they can't even say, we don't have enough time to figure it out. The answer, of course, just like Thomas Sowell has told us, is, well, you just need more money and more time, and you'll see that, red flag laws actually work. No, we've already been waiting 25 years. We've waited a quarter of a century that we have seen red flag laws exist from Connecticut since 1999. They have never prevented violent gun crime. They have not stopped nor reduced the number of mass shootings or school shootings. Not ever. Not once. Not one study, not one allegation. Not one Democrat. They will tell you, they will promise you, as they did in New York State, we promise you're going to be safe. They promise going to help reduce violent gun crime. They promise you this. It never happens. Does it take away the firearms from American citizens? Absolutely. Does it break up American families? Absolutely. It is a fact confirmed by Connecticut, Indiana, and every single state with a red flag law that they do go into homes with children, and they have to take, when they have a red flag law, because they're taking away the guns, they have to take away the children because that is an unsafe environment. And those parents have to fight the government to get their kids back, whether or not they actually try and get their guns back. That is a fact. It will cost over $20,000 a year to try and get that back. That is a fact. I've confirmed that with over a dozen lawyers across the country. I've talked to the states, and they have confirmed it. They just won't tell you how many. They won't tell you the truth. See, this is what happens when you pay attention to the details about what they are doing. And again, if this was such a great idea, if this was so good for the public, if this was such a benefit, why didn't you make the announcement Monday or Tuesday or Wednesday or Thursday or Friday? Why didn't you have a press conference? Why didn't you push this out to the rest? New York Times, where's their article about this? Where's the coverage from MSNBC, CNN, ABC, CBS? Where's their coverage on this? Where's the Huffington Post telling us how wonderful of an idea this is? Oh, they don't want to talk. They don't want to talk about this. They don't want you to actually have to consider, well, wait a minute. Why is the government, the federal government, giving money to individual states for state laws? The federal government has nothing to do with that. It isn't a federal law. It's a state law. And why are we giving extra money to certain states and not all the states? The federal government doesn't have that right. Why are they doing that? Oh, I know. Because Democrats made a promise that you'll be safer. And they want more people to have less guns. They want you, as an American citizen, not to be able to protect yourself. Illegal aliens, they're fine. Because you don't see illegal aliens getting red flag laws. They're not breaking into the homes or the hotels where these illegal aliens are at 8 in the morning, 5, 6, 7, 8 in the morning, taking their guns and taking away their kids. You don't see that happening, but they do it to American citizens. Dow says, oh, wait a minute. Let me see. Dow says, red flag laws never reduced gang violence. No, they have not. It increases it with broken homes. That is an argument that can be made. Again, the state will take away your kids if there's a red flag in that household. That is a fact confirmed by every state that has a red flag law. Red flag laws have never reduced suicides or violent assaults. Dal, let me correct that slightly. In my research, there has been one study, exactly one study, that has said that red flag laws might reduce suicides. Maybe. It was unclear. The percentage, the statistics were unclear on whether it had any statistical impact. There was no visible or obvious impact of red flag laws in reducing suicides. And again, now that means that out of 4 studies that I am aware of, 4 national studies, including from the Duke University and the University of Indiana, to my knowledge, there is only one that suggests they might have an impact slightly on suicides. And there are 3 reports that say there's absolutely no impact on suicides. There is absolutely no impact on mass shootings or school shootings or gun violence in general. So I just want to be very clear what the actual data says out there. And this is the reason why you will never hear a Democrat quote any of it. That's why they say, oh, it should help. Yeah, where's your evidence? But it should. They sell you the dream. They make the promise. There is nothing in fact that actually supports what they say. It's just empty promises. Just empty promises. And they're now using your money in the middle of essentially in the middle of the night, that they suddenly just said, hey, we're going to reward these states and not other states. They are incentivizing states. They're giving a monetary incentive for states to create their own red flag laws to punish you without ever committing a crime, because they can't pass the actual national red flag law. Because when the public are aware of all of the facts and all of the details, they reject this every single time. Whether Republicans or Democrats support it, it always fails. Because when the public sees it and they see the data and they see that it has never worked on a national level, they reject it. But on a state level, that's when you get governors promising with all their charisma, this time it's going to work. We have finally figured out how to make red flag laws work, and they don't. It has never worked. I don't care which government, which state you want to point to, which red flag. I've read all the red flag laws, read every single one of them, all 21, actually 22, including DC. Read them all. It doesn't work. I've read Marco Rubio's suggestion of a red flag law. I read the bill. It doesn't work. They all do the same thing. You didn't commit a crime, but you're punished anyway. You're still losing your kids. You're still going to be stigmatized by your community. It is still a violation of your rights and your freedoms as a citizen. And it doesn't, and they never apply this to illegal aliens. Why? So I want to be very clear about that. And that tells you something about how deceptive this is, how malicious this is, and what they're really trying to do, because they're not trying to help you. Again, I will say, if the United States Department of Justice, if Merrick Garland was actually confident that he had something that was going to help the American people, if he actually thought he was doing the right thing, why didn't he tell anyone? Why did he hide this? Why am I one of the few members of the entire internet, of all social media, of all the political commentators? I'm one of the few people who is actually bringing this up, that is actually talking about this. You're not hearing this from pretty much anyone on the internet. There's almost nobody. I can't say there isn't anyone. I obviously don't follow everybody on the social media and on the internet. But I'm one of a handful of people who actually even noticed this happen. I'm sure the New York Times, they got 10,000 people. I'm sure they knew about this. They didn't care. MSNBC, CNN, they have tens of thousands of people that work for them. I'm sure they knew about this. They made the choice. The editors decided, we're not going to talk about this. We're not going to cover this. We're not going to point out to the American people that the Biden administration is trying to get around the fact that they can't pass this law, that this cannot, the federal government will not be allowed to punish you for not committing a crime. Their way around this is they're going to pay off every single state until all the states do it. And they'll just do it individually. They can't pass it as a law, so they will pay off state after state after state that is desperate for money because of the illegal aliens that they have allowed into the country through the open border. They're going to buy them off by making you the victim. I consider that to be evil. I consider that to be evil and malicious and dangerous. And again, it doesn't apply to illegal aliens, because illegal aliens get to wave around guns and they get to shoot at cars, even though their life is not threatened. And that's okay, according to Obama progressive judges. Do you see why there's a problem here? Do you see how this is so confused? And I can understand why illegal aliens from all around the world want to come to America. They get to pick and choose which laws they want. They get to have a gun that they can't own in their own countries, that American citizens can't own in their own state. And they get to have a gun, and they get to shoot at Americans. And they get $60,000 and a place to stay, and they get free food. And they get, when they commit the crimes, they get released from prison. And they can leave that state and go somewhere else and have a brand new name and never have to be held accountable. Gee, who doesn't want that life? Tony, you said you were broadcasting this on TikTok. Please let me know what the comments are from the TikTok people who are listening to this. I know many of them are more left-leaning, more progressive in terms of the social media. Let's hear what they have to say. If someone disagrees with me, if you say, well, Mike, you don't understand about red flag laws, fantastic. I dare you. Let's have this conversation. Let's go. Call on in. 929-715-8569. I'm more than happy. I have taught members, elected officials, Democrats, Republicans, Libertarians. I have taught these elected officials who are in office right now, of every party, I have taught them about the red flag laws, and every single one of them, after I get done with my analysis and everything that I know about it, I have never been told that I was wrong. Everything that I have presented to you is factually correct. I have spoken with attorneys across this country. I know the red flag laws, and I'll be more than happy to have this debate with you. You want to talk about the Second Amendment? Let's talk about the illegal aliens and their rights versus the American citizens' rights. I'm more than happy to do that. And if you can tell me, if Merrick Garland can justify why he did this, essentially in the middle of the night, hiding it from the American people, and yet wants to tell us that this is a great idea and it's good for you, please explain to me. Please tell me why he would hide it from you rather than tell you up front if it's such a great idea. No, it's not. Tony says let me bring that up. So Tony says with full constitutional power, that they're doing this with full constitutional power. That's not correct. This is absolutely unconstitutional. Absolutely unconstitutional because it violates your right to privacy. It violates the Eighth Amendment, the abuse of power, abusive punishment in excess of the crime. It is a violation of the Ninth Amendment, which are all powers not enumerated belong to the people. It violates the 10th Amendment, the powers of the state. It violates the 14th Amendment and the rights of the individual. The red flag laws, and this is on top of course, the Second Amendment that it violates as well. None of this is constitutional. This is, again, no crime. It violates due process. You don't get to find out who's accused you. No one is there to defend you. You aren't notified to defend yourself. You only find out after the punishment is handed out to you. Is the first time that you find out about the fact that there's a red flag at all. There is no punishment for someone who has falsely accused you of a red flag action. None. 21 states, not one has figured out how to punish someone for lying and just targeting you politically or personally just because they don't like you. There's so many problems with this. There are so many problems with this. But again, they thought you wouldn't notice. They thought that you wouldn't pay attention, that no one was going to tell you about this. Please share this with everyone that you can. Like, share, subscribe with everyone that you can. They didn't think you would find out. They thought they could pass this in the middle of the night over the weekend and you would never know that you are now on the hook, that they are paying states off to take away your rights. They thought they wouldn't get caught and that it would be all fine. And by the time you figured it out, it would be too late. Well, I'm blowing that up. I'm messing up that plan, it would seem. And mind you, these are the people who are pushing these things. Merrick Garland, the judge in Chicago, these are the same people that don't believe in protests. They're the same ones, according to channel NBC 5 out of Chicago. The Democrats, their own party, the progressives in the Democratic Party, want to protest Joe Biden and other Democrats for not supporting Hamas. And the Democrats are saying, you can't. They're being denied. This isn't coming from the right. This isn't from the right. A judge in Chicago affirmed the city's denial, ruling that the city provided it doesn't have the resources. Gee, that would mean police officers. They don't have enough police officers because they defunded the police. So they don't have enough resources, police officers, to provide security because they defunded the police. And that an alternate route than the one that the protesters actually want to be heard, they have to be 3 miles away from the Democrats. Now, part of this is obviously the assumption that Antifa, that BLM, that the pro-Hamas progressives are violent, and we've seen that. They block off cities. They deny people access to their work and to their homes. They have been engaged in violence in these protests over and over again. They destroy property. So, yeah, I understand why they would say keep them away because they've been violent every single time. They were in D.C. protesting the same thing, pro-Hamas, a month ago. And what did they do? The Democrats they had to seal the building to protect the Democrats in Washington, D.C. from the Democrats, the progressives, downstairs protesting, trying to break into the building. There you go. So I understand they think that there's going to be violence because everyone expects that the progressives are going to be violent because they always are violent. If there's a progressive out there that thinks I'm wrong, that thinks, Mike, you just don't understand, well, I only am going by the evidence that I have seen well before 2020, where every time I see BLM, I see Antifa, I see Indivisible New York, I see the Working Families Party, and all the various names that the far left of the Democrats, all the names that they use, every time they get together for a protest, there's violence and destruction every single time, everywhere across this country. So you got to excuse me if I presume that the trend that they have created, this pattern that they have made, I believe that they're going to continue. I have no reason to believe that the pro-Hamas terrorists who have gone into Cooper Union chasing down students, that have gone, that have been in Cornell University threatening other students, I have no reason to believe that they're not going to continue the same kind of acts of violence. Tony Z says, Chicago is a war zone. Big black market for firearms. Yeah, it's one of the problems with Chicago. And Chicago is the biggest gun control city and location in the United States. And it failed. Gun control doesn't work. It has never worked. And I know, and let me address something else that I know I hear a lot of. And let me just address this. Again, because the mainstream media won't have this conversation with you, I will. And I did cover this in a short video last night when I first found out about what Merrick Garland is doing, what the Department of Justice is doing behind our back, spending money to incarcerate and punish American citizens. One of the things, there is something called the New York Gun-Involved Violence Elimination Report, otherwise known as the New York GIVE report. Comes out every year, twice a year, every year. And this report, which goes back past 2013, shows us the amount of gun-involved violence in New York State, the 17 largest metropolitan cities. We know this. And I can tell you that even with the New York SAFE Act, even with red flag laws, even with the changes by Kathy Hochul and the other thousands of gun control laws in New York State, 2023 was more violent. There was an increase in the net violence, gun-involved violence, than before. It is down from the peak of 2020. That is true. And that's what they're telling you. They're saying, we've made the city safe. Gun violence is down from 2020. What they don't tell you is it is up. Gun violence is up versus 2019 and every year before then. So 19, 18, 17, count down, down, down. Yeah, for over a decade, 2023 is more violence. It is an increase in the net violence. It is only down if you count 2020, 2021, and 2022. The most violent recent years in the history of America and most people's lives in the 20th century. Yes, it is down from that rampant where we have mobs running through city after city, burning down buildings and killing people. Yes, it is down from there. But in 2019, when we didn't have roving bands and mobs of Antifa and BLM trying to burn down cities and kill children, guess what? Crime was lower. Even under the Obama administration, under the Trump administration, under the Biden administration, going back to the Clinton administration, there was less crime, less violent crime than in 2023. Joe Biden hasn't made it better. You're not safer, you're less safe. That is a fact. You are less safe. They just don't want to tell you the truth. And again, go to the New York Gun Involved Violence Elimination Report, the GIVE report, and look at it for yourself. Look at the full 2023 report. It's out. It came out in January. Look at it yourself. You don't have to believe me. I actually showed it in the short. You can see I actually have the report from New York State. People go, well, Mike, you're just a Republican. You believe in the Second Amendment. I'm using New York State's data. This is evidence from New York State. This is their numbers. And I understand. Oh, the violence is down versus 2020. It's up versus 2019 and every year prior to that. This is how they play the game. This is how they play with the numbers. Same thing with inflation. Inflation is down versus 2020. Versus 2022, which was the peak. Yes, inflation is down versus 2022, but it's up versus 2019. That's a fact. We've had, since the day Joe Biden got in office, which is going by February of 2021 to today, there has been 18% inflation. So inflation is up, not down. But they're counting so that they can say, but it's down. If you only look at it this way, if you only count part of the problem, if you only pay attention, sort of, don't pay attention to all the details, they're going to omit, obfuscate. They're going to forget that there's certain more data that they don't want to tell you about it. And they only give themselves, 30 seconds, a minute and a half to have the conversation, so you don't get enough time to even ask the question. You don't even realize that there's a question you could ask because next story. Now we got to talk about Britney Spears or Taylor Swift or Aaron Rodgers or some entertainer. We got to go on to the next story. No time to stop. Can't go back. Don't ask me about the question. Don't ask questions about the story that already passed. Don't ask for any details. We moved on to the next story. Next thing. Keep going. Don't talk about it. Because you're not supposed to have questions. You're supposed to obey. You're just supposed to obey. God help you if you're just obeying, if you don't actually look at any of the data and check anything that they're doing. I do. And I tell you, don't believe me, double check. Look for yourself. I'm confident because I've done my homework. I've been doing this for 18 years, double checking all the data, all the facts, all the things that they are promising to us. And I'm actually looking to see if they're being efficient. Are they being effective? Are they being honest? And I hold them accountable when they aren't, which is why I'm so upset with the Biden-Harris administration. Because they have lied to your face. They have not been effective. They have not been efficient. They have overreached in their power. They have abused their power, and they are punishing you for daring to ask the question in the first place. Yes, Tony mentions that, and 2020 also had the lockdowns. Yes, which was also another factor to the violence that we see. But again, it comes out with the same net result. So, and again, all of this does not apply to illegal aliens, individuals that at their core are criminals. Again, you may not like that I say that. You may not feel good knowing that. That doesn't change the facts. The fact are the facts. That's it. They don't change. Let me go on. So obviously I'm very upset about this. And these open borders, these policies that they have massive impacts on the rest of our lives. I mean, no one likes to talk about this, but 270,000 overdose deaths since 2020. 270,000 Americans have died because of overdose deaths, in particular also with fentanyl, but also opioids and hard drugs overall. We know that the Oregon plan to legalize drugs did not help, did not reduce the number of overdoses. It did not reduce the number of people who are addicted to drugs, did not do what they promised you it would do. And I've heard the promise over and over again. The proof is Oregon. It didn't work. Legalizing drugs, especially hard drugs like crack and opioids and fentanyl, do not lead to less people using drugs. It doesn't stop people from being addicted. It's a lie. And we had 270,000. Now, I find this very interesting because Bloomberg News, that published this article on March 21st, they're counting from the Trump administration all the way through, from 2019 to 2024, and that's how they get 270,000. By the way, the part that they don't want to mention too hard, because you might not vote Democrat if you knew this, that in the last 2 years were 108,000 and 104,000 overdose deaths under the Biden administration. We never crossed 100,000 under the Trump administration. So somewhere around 70,000, actually a little bit less, of the last year of the Trump administration were overdose deaths, and then it skyrocketed. It skyrocketed because of the lockdowns. It skyrocketed because of the open border, and that's when we started getting over 100,000. Actually, it was 2021, the end of 2021 going to 2022, is when we saw that there were over 100,000 overdose deaths in America, and it hasn't gone down since. That's the Biden administration. They don't want to focus on that because you might not vote for Joe Biden. So they have to include Donald Trump in there, even though the explosion of overdose deaths, partially because of the open border, didn't happen under Trump. It only happened under Biden. But they have to protect Biden, and they don't expect you to pay attention to the details, like the fact that there were over 100,000 deaths. Let me see. And here's, people go, but Mike, can you prove that? Here it is from CBS News themselves. CBS News, March 22nd, 2024. Nearly 108,000 Americans died of overdoses in 2022, breaking a record. Remember, there's 270,000 overdose deaths. Half of that just in 2022, not counting 2023, which was also 100,000. That's 200,000 just in 2022 and 2023. That's not counting 2021, which is Biden's numbers, and they're saying it goes back to 2019. Trump wasn't the problem. Biden is. Biden's policies are the problem. The open borders are the problem. This is the facts. I don't have to make this up. The numbers are here in front of you. Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Again, I don't need to make up the numbers. This is coming from the left-leaning news media. This is coming from the federal government itself. I don't have to make the numbers up. They're telling you. They just want to tell you part of the story so that, it supports Biden. It doesn't look as bad when they say, well, Trump and Biden had the overdose deaths. No, it was under Biden. That's a fact. In 2022 alone, which is President Biden, that's at least half the overdose deaths that you're seeing being claimed by Bloomberg News. How hard is it to figure out the math? It ain't. This is a Biden problem. This is an open border problem. This is an immigration problem. But they don't want to talk to you about that. They don't want you to think about that. They want you to be dumb, and they want you to just obey no matter what. Just like they don't want you to talk about this. Well, we're talking about TikTok earlier, Tony. What about this? They don't really want to have the conversation that because of the progressive laws on squatting, home squatting. Now we have illegal aliens being told by other illegal aliens, this is an illegal alien. This guy, he's an illegal alien. And he's telling other illegal aliens to come into America to invade. Literally, he says, invade America, invade homes so that you will have somewhere to stay. Literally, invade and take over, take property. That is an act of war. He is suggesting acts of war against the American people and the American government. That is, well, he'd be treasonous if he were an American citizen, but he's not. He's an enemy of the state. He is a problem. He is literally an enemy of the United States. He's not an enemy combatant, but he's an enemy of the United States. It is insurrectionist. You want to talk about insurrection? That's insurrectionist. For a foreigner, a criminal who is breaking into homes, breaking and entering into homes and capturing those properties as if they were his, abusing people's property and rights. This is what he is. This is what he has done, and this is what he is suggesting for others to do. He is a criminal with repeat offenses, and he's looking to recruit more people to break and violate the laws of the United States. And they say, we have to let him in. They want more. The progressives want more people like this guy breaking our laws and trying to convince other people to break our laws as well. That's insurrection. And they're happy about him. They want more of him. They're inviting more people just like this guy to go out and actually commit these crimes over and over again. Think about that, folks. Again, you don't have to like that I'm telling you the truth, that I'm spending more than a minute and a half to go over the details, to actually make you ask questions and think about this. MSNBC doesn't want you to think about it. The nightly news, the mainstream media want you to just comply. And their answer is, well, that must be MAGA-ist and phobe. There is a problem there. You must be MAGA if you want to enforce the law. It's not even like, it's not like we're creating a brand new law. The laws already exist. The American people already agreed about the immigration laws I'm suggesting we enforce. The Democrats are breaking the law that we all agreed on, that they voted to put into place. The Democrats voted for this stuff. And now, because they think they have a political advantage, they want to get rid of it because it's to their benefit. That's not the way this is supposed to work. Tony goes on to say, listen to Paul Harvey 1965 broadcast, If I Were the Devil. Yeah, there is that. Look, I understand people. A lot of people say, well, Mike, this is just rough. This is hard. I understand. But again, I think you as an individual, as an American citizen, I think that once you are informed, you will make better decisions. You're not going to run around scared because you know, because you have information. And you can think about it. You can take your time to make your plans, to understand the consequences, to decide whether or not this is good or bad based on your beliefs, your political beliefs, your religious beliefs, your lifestyle, your morality. You get to make your decision because you're an individual and you have agency and you have a mind and you're intelligent. I believe that about you. The Democrat politicians don't. Even many of the establishment Republican politicians don't believe that about you. I do, which is why I don't mind if you disagree. That's why I want to have that conversation if you disagree with me, if you see other conclusions than what I am presenting here based on the facts that we have. I don't care about the feelings. You can feel like illegal aliens are the best thing that ever happened to the universe. The fact is they aren't. The fact is we are breaking our country because of illegal aliens, because of gun control laws, because of politicians that have political agendas for their comfort at your cost, at your expense. And I'm just showing you the evidence of it. I'm just being honest with you. And again, these are the same people who don't want any other voice. The Democrats, they got rid of RFK Jr., kicked him off, and put a blacklist on him so that the mainstream news media would virtually never mention his name. They blacklisted him from their own party. He's a Democrat. He was a lifelong Democrat, and they blacklisted him because he might not listen. He might be able to win because the public, the rank and file Democrats, don't want Biden. They don't want Kamala Harris. They've been saying that for more than a year and a half, that they don't want them. If they're stuck with them, the rank and file Democrats will vote for them, kind of, somewhat. They're really not showing up. They're not motivated. But if they have to, they will vote for Biden and Kamala Harris. But RFK was there saying, I'm an alternative. And the Democrats shut him down, just like they're saying, hey, you can't complain in front of the Democrats. You have to go 3 miles away. Yes, part of it is because they know that these people are going to be violent because they're progressives, but also it's because they don't want to deal with it. They don't care how you feel. They don't care that you have a different opinion. They only care about power. They only care about getting reelected. And I'm talking about RFK because we know RFK had to actually suggest, he had to go so far as to suggest that Aaron Rodgers, a quarterback in football in the NFL, who has no experience, he's never had a job, he's never, ever been involved in politics, and he had to suggest that he or Jesse Ventura, another former entertainer, a wrestler who is also governor of Wisconsin, that either Jesse Ventura or Aaron Rodgers were going to be his vice presidential pick. It's so ridiculous. It's so insane. It is so beyond the pale that it was amusing. It was a joke. And that actually got through. And the mainstream news media actually decided that they wanted to talk about that. Even though the reality is Nicole Shanahan is the person who is most likely going to actually be the VP for RFK Jr. Now, why am I telling you that? Mike, aren't you a conservative Republican? Yes, I am. But I think my candidate, who happens to be Trump, is better than RFK Jr. So go ahead and listen to RFK Jr. Compare his plans and his projections, his promises, which are progressive Democrat promises. Compare that to the actual experience that we have with Trump, what he actually did, what promises he actually kept. I don't care if you like Trump or not. You can call him Orange Man bad all day, all night. Meaningless to me. I don't care. That's a feeling. I didn't ask you to have a beer with Trump or to have dinner with Trump. He's going to be the president. That's an entirely different job. It doesn't matter if you like him. It is all about, is he effective? Is he efficient? Is he breaking the law? These are the questions. And the answer is he's not breaking the law, even though they keep trying to get something against him. They can't find any actual law that he broke. And we know, and I know we'll get to the fraud thing in 1 second, and we know that he has been effective in creating global stability. That's the Abraham Accords, in bringing the economy into a better position than Obama and better than what Biden's been able to do. We know that for a fact, and they are terrified. So why wouldn't I let RFK Jr. speak? I have no problem. Let RFK Jr. speak. Let the Green Party talk. Jasmine Sherman, the little Nergalite, let her talk about no prisons, no jail, free everything, give everything back to the American Indians. That's her idea. You own nothing. The American Indians get to own everything. There are no prisons. There are no police. That's it. That's her idea in the Green Party. She's insane. She's a Nergalite. But that being said, Let her speak. Because I know that when you compare the idiocy, the insanity of some of these candidates against a good candidate, not the best candidate, not a perfect candidate, but the best candidate that we have, guess what? The best candidate wins. I have no problem with that. Democrats know that Joe Biden isn't the best candidate, that Kamala Harris isn't the best candidate, and that if they were to be confronted by a better candidate, which may or may not be Joe Biden, RFK Jr., or perhaps it's Jill Stein, or maybe it's going to be one of the libertarian candidates, that Joe Biden would lose. So rather than allow that to happen, they silenced everyone. And RFK, by the way, is expected. He's already doing pretty good. Tuesday, he will be coming out with an announcement about his vice presidential pick. Let me check something. Just checking. Did I get... In case someone called in, I want to just double... Nope, no one called in yet. Okay. And I'm going to come back to the comments in 1 second, but we know that RFK on Tuesday is going to make the actual announcement. He's going to be able to, once he does, say who his vice presidential running mate's going to be, which I believe is going to be Shanahan, who lots of questions about whether or not it's Shanahan. But once he does that, he will be able to be on the ballot in 24 states. He's already on the ballot in 3 states, I believe, and he's expecting to have 5 before the summer comes up. Okay, let him in. I have no problem with that. We know that right now, he's running at about 11%. And that's down because recently, up until about the beginning of March, he was running at about 15%. So with the boost on Tuesday, he may go back up to about 15%, or he may stay at about 11%. But that doesn't matter because, again, Trump is winning by about 2, even with both Kennedy and Cornel West, who's out of his mind, and Jill Stein, who's out of her mind, and any of the libertarians, you still see Trump winning over Biden by about 2 points, which is consistent for the last roughly 9 months. Overwhelmingly, 90% of the time in every poll, you're going to see Trump winning. Even when Democrats have a choice, independents have a choice, they're still there. The difference is Kennedy may be able to be he's not a deal breaker, he's going to be a king maker. He may take enough of the vote as a third party candidate to actually decide who becomes president. And that could be very interesting. Now, in terms of the vice presidential candidates, I should mention that Tim Scott, who we have said on this channel, we have gone back and go all the way back to 2022, that we've been talking about Tim Scott and that he has always been our number 1 pick for vice president with Donald Trump. We've been very consistent on that. We've said that over and over again. You can search it on the channel. We've mentioned it. The only other person that looks like we believe, and we've heard from Inside Baseball, the word is it could be Elise Stefanik. Now, the choice between in front of the Trump administration right now, just so you know, whether you're a Democrat, Republican, Libertarian, whatever, just so you know what's going on, while Tim Scott is the inside lead for 2 reasons. 1, because he's black. That's a fact. And 2, because he's a senator. And as a senator who's been in office for a while, he has friends in the United States Senate as well as in the House of Congress, and therefore he would be able to be a liaison of sorts for Donald Trump and be able to help him pass more of the legislation that Donald Trump has said that he wants to pass. So you get a powerful ally in terms of the Senate, and he helps to bring in the black vote, black male vote in particular. But the other choice that most people are talking about that right now doesn't look as strong as Tim Scott is Elise Stefanik. And I think that's actually a real choice. I think it's if Trump thinks he needs the women's vote because of how much we've seen Democrats put up, talk about diversity and inclusion and equity in every position. So you need to be either black or a woman or a black woman for almost everything. Look at our press secretary. Look at the Supreme Court Justice, KBJ. We see this over and over again. They're throwing in people not because they're the best candidate, but because they're filling the right check boxes. Now, the good news is Elise Stefanik does hit a checkbox, but she's qualified. We're talking about a member of Congress who's been doing the job very well. By the way, I do have to admit that I actually have met Elise Stefanik on the campaign trail back in 2014 when we were up in Little Falls, New York, and we were speaking to the Republican Party in that region. That's back when I was running for congressional office. And so I did meet her. I have spoken with her. I doubt if she remembers me. And I was talking to her about the commercial that I had put out for my congressional campaign, and she didn't have a commercial yet. But she did have $250,000. There you go. The crazy things back then. But Elise Stefanik has been a consistent and successful member of Congress. She has successfully and consistently represented her constituents, and she is a woman, so she's got the balls, she's got the mind, and she hits one of the check boxes that they need. She would also be able to be a liaison in Congress to help pass some of the legislation that Donald Trump would like to pass if he wins the presidency, but not as effective nor as powerful as a senator. So that's why you have the two choices. That's why everyone politically is talking about essentially two people. Tim Scott, Elise Stefanik, but Kristi Noem, who is a governor and is a woman and is a Republican and is also very successful. She's actually, from what I hear, she's actually the choice under Elise Stefanik. That Elise Stefanik is leading if Trump goes with a woman, and with the second option, if he picks a woman, being Kristi Noem, the governor. But we shall see. Again, I'm giving you the actual prediction because I'm not afraid of looking you in the face and telling you what I think, to give you my conclusions, to give you my reasons, and to hear what you have to say. You can tell me, Mike, I completely disagree. Maybe you think there should be someone else. Maybe you think it should be a lot of someone else. Fantastic. Tell me. You can say it in the comments. You can say it in the chat. You can call in and tell me about it. It's completely up to you. Let me look at the comments. Tony, Tony, everyone else has gotten real quiet. I don't know why. I know Grace and Dal are still there, or at least one of the Grace are still there, and Dal. Come on, guys. And I know Graham is still listening too. So Tony says, I agree, Mike. Maybe you can cue up Paul Harvey and do so everyone can hear it. I can't do it right this second. I like to cue them up and know what I'm going to present beforehand, especially if it's audio. So I can't do it right now, but maybe next week. Remind me next week. See if I can get that up. In fact, after the show, leave a comment, not in the chat, but a comment, and tell me about the Paul Harvey so I'll remember it, because I do pay attention to comments afterwards. Bear with me. Here we go. We're wrapping up. Yeah. So Dow mentions that YouTube is being a bit stupid and restricting people's ability to leave comments. I'm sorry to hear that, Dow. It has nothing to do with me. I'm not restricting anyone, left, right, libertarian. I don't do that. So it's something that YouTube will do from time to time. But I did want to mention, we just had a $1.2 trillion budget deal. By the way, it's not the budget. You notice they skipped out on that. No, this is another kick the can down the road. So Speaker Mike Johnson did in fact fail to do what he was supposed to do, pass a budget. but he did get this kicked down the road so that the government doesn't shut down, so that neither Democrats nor Republicans got blamed. It doesn't help anyone. It's wasting our money, and it is inefficient. This is the reason why America has been downgraded twice. Once under Barack Obama, once under Joe Biden, and I think before the end of this year, we will see the final downgrade of U.S. credit from AAA to AA. And that's the first time we will have seen that done. And I know most people are going to say, well, who cares? Yeah, when you see the prices of everything jump up literally overnight because the U.S. government's debt got downgraded, when you see the amount of inflation that will be created because money will be worth less than it was worth the day before, yeah, you'll have a very different opinion. And it's because of this kind of gamesmanship of kicking the can down the road and having a short-term bill, short-term funding. It is wasteful, it is inefficient, it is ineffective. Mike Johnson should have held out and actually got the budget fixed. He didn't. We got a spending bill instead. So what did we also get with the spending bill? Well, this is from Dr. Rand Paul, which I have. Do I have it up? Nope, wrong one. Dr. Rand Paul, and he was speaking about this yesterday. And one of the things that caught me, this is how terrible this is. We spent this spending bill that got approved by Democrats, signed by Joe Biden, includes $1.5 million for the company Game On New York to convince people to play video games. Let me say that again. To encourage people to play video games, 1.5 million of your taxpayer dollars is going to Game On New York. It's a private company. We're giving them money so that you'll play a video game because New York thinks they'll make money off of that. This is insane. And if you check out Game On New York, which I have, and here's the link, here's their site, and you will see that this company, New York State, has funded. We have taken $220 million of taxpayer money and given it to Game On New York. Private investors, people who are doing this because they think that if they give money to Game On New York, that they're going to get a profit. This is purely economic. This is like buying stocks. Only $10 million. They could only raise $10 million privately. They could only convince, out of all of the millionaires and billionaires and everything else, rich people in the entire world, they could only convince them to give them $10 million because those guys think they'll make a profit on it. Since 2016, almost a decade ago, yet in that same time, New York State has given them 20 times as much money. Let me say again, 20 times as much of your taxpayer dollars. New York State is picking winners and losers that the marketplace, that the actual financial markets don't believe in. And this is the people that the budget is giving even more of your taxpayer money to. It's now $222 million that are coming either from the federal government or the state of New York that no one believes is actually going to be profitable. And I know that because the investors won't put money in it. Only the government. And the government doesn't know how to do anything. So they're wrong. So I wanted to point that out because that's really great. And by the way, whose congressional district is that? Paul Tonko, who's been in Congress since 2013. So he's been in there for a decade. Paul Tonko, he's a Democrat. And if you look up his record, he has been able to get at least one bill passed and signed by a president for every year that he's been in office. So I'll give him that much. But yeah, am I surprised that a Democrat is in charge of the same area where a business is getting 20 times its money from the government because they picked a winner and loser when the actual market, the finance will not pick them. I am not surprised by that, not in the least. A lot of people think there are going to be 4 states, Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, and Nevada, that are going to decide the 2024 election. I tell you it's going to be 7 of them, because I also include Ohio and North Carolina, a couple of others. And again, Trump is winning that 4-1, which I think you're going to see him take all of it. And all you have to do, by the way, folks, is just look at things like, where is it? As an example, Georgia. I hear you, Con. I'm going to go. 497,000 Republicans showed up to vote just for Donald Trump. 276,000. This is Georgia. 276,000 Democrats came out and voted just for Joe Biden. That's it. It tells you Joe Biden's losing. And that's another one of the hotly contested states. And I think that's all the stuff that I wanted to cover today with you guys. Wow. 4.5 hours, 4 hours of straight content. What do you think? So if you've been with us for the last 4.5 hours, I hope you found this to be somewhat educational, somewhat informative, something to make you think, and to hold politicians accountable. I think that's very important. And I hope that you will like, share, and subscribe. So in the future, we can have more of a conversation. Remember, we will always be happy to have you call into the program, and we look forward to seeing your comments, not just on chat, but after the show, to leave your comments afterwards and say whatever it is you think. Think about it. Look at the sources. Make up your mind. And please, again, share this with other people. Graham does leave us a final comment here. He says, it's hard to see anyone besides Tim Scott as the strongest candidate for Trump's VP. I agree with you. Scott has policy experience in economic reform, which the nation needs in this hour of great power competition. I agree with you. And of course, I will not deny it helps with the black vote. So that's not a bad thing either. And it makes it very difficult for Democrats on the campaign trail to go, oh, MAGA evil, MAGA racist, when Tim Scott is a black man. Mind you, not impossible, just harder for them to say that and actually make people believe it. Tony says, I wonder if they're going to give 10% to the big guy at the video game coming. Ask Kathy Hochul, New York State's governor, who authorized this. Ask Paul Tonko, the congressman whose district this is responsible for it. But with that said, I do have my 13-year-old puppy who is not coming on camera today for some reason. But it's 7 o'clock, so it's his time, and he's ready. So I've been with you guys. I want to thank each and every one of you. I look forward to seeing your comments after the show. And when I get back from walking my dog, I'm going to put up all the links for you. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week for the shorts that we put out with the J-Res break, and also to see you in our various shows. I'll talk to you soon.